Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Solo ReacTalk. This morning, I'm going to be reacting to Star Wars vs. Warhammer 40K, Episode 43, The Lords of Catastrophe, made on the AFanWithTooMuchTime YouTube channel. If you guys want to check out my previous reaction to the other episodes as well as parts of Star Wars vs. Warhammer 40K, remember that the playlist card for my reactions is going to be at the top right here. If you want to check out the original video as well as AFanWithTooMuchTime's YouTube channel, the links are going to be in the description below. Yes, now episode 42, Mortal Fall Part 4. Commissar Jane Liros has arrived with her forces to the Basilica, along with the skull of Saint Gaxian, and it's proven to be very effective against Jedi. So yes, she has arrived. She's helped out Saint Lazarus and Leandra. Obi-Wan Kenobi has decided that he's going to withdraw fighting against the Imperium of Man forces. He senses that things are not going as planned. And of course, the Angels of Death have also begun landing on the planet, landing near the Basilica, so definitely things are not going to go out as planned for the Galactic Republic. Mace Windu has been fighting against Samuel Wyler, as well as Hakate. He lost an arm, his face is melted, he's descending into the dark side. Obi-Wan Kenobi did not come to help Mace Windu. He came to inform Mace Windu that we are retreating, and Mace Windu did not like that. He did not like that at all, to the point where he actually assaulted his own comrade, Obi-Wan Kenobi. He punched him in the face, and Obi-Wan was unconscious. Yes, he became unconscious after that hit on the face. But essentially, the Jedi forces, along with the clones, have retreated from continuing further into the Basilica. But Mace Windu has stated that there's 500 Jedi Knights who are still going to be entering into the battle, along with their clones. So the fight at the Basilica continues. I just don't know whether the Jedi are really going to be enough against the reinforcements that the Imperium of Man have brought onto the field, especially pertaining to the Angels of Death. But yeah, we'll see. We'll see what happens in the Lords of Catastrophe. That sounds cool. That sounds cool. AFanWithTooMuchTime, that's a nice title for the video. Lords of Catastrophe. Okay, let's start. 3, 2, 1, go. Oh, okay, so we're introducing the AI voices in this episode. Okay, let's go.
His hand was steady, the aim down his arm as rigid as a lance. The man on the end of it did not plead for his life, did not appeal for mercy or even rationality. It was that, among a handful of other things, which enabled 1313 to spare his life.
Okay, I know where we are. I see where we are. Yeah, Commissar... Is it Captain Commissar or Commander Commissar Shadrach, that SOB? He's taken, or should I say, he's assumed control of the Krieg soldiers who are loyal to the functions of the Astra Militarum, and they've turned against Saint Lazarus and the Cadians, who are on, the Cadians are on the side of Saint Lazarus and the forces defending the Basilica, while the Kriegers have decided to join, not decided, well, they have really no choice, they are indoctrinated to follow the rules and laws of the Imperium of Man to the letter, so they have joined forces with Commissar Shadrach. And Commissar Shadrach has the authority vested into him by Aayla, who is an Inquisitor. An Inquisitor supersedes any authority from a saint. Yeah.
At least, for the moment. It may not have seemed to matter a great deal. They were all going to die before this was over. But there was a significant difference between death in the line of duty and death as a form of execution. The young man was not this flesh. He was not this body that held him. He was duty, and he was the honor of Krieg, and even more than that, he was a sinner. He was born a sinner. His mother a machine of contrivance, his father's the duality which raged within him. Chairman Vinsark, Colonel Yurton, both bearing the tattered standards of his origin within his flesh. And
I think I need to get more information about the lore around Krieg and the Krieg soldiers. I think I need to get more information about them. I know that they are overly zealous loyalists to the Imperium of Man, and they are prepared to die for victory for the Imperium of Man. But I still need to know more about their background of their homeworld. Yeah, maybe one day.
more importantly, within his soul, he was penance caging sin, a contrition to last 100,000 generations. His blood was filthy, and only duty and death within that duty could cleanse him of that impurity. He was unworthy of life. He had known this since his eyes first opened. He lived only to die. That was the ultimate truth of the sons of Krieg. For Krieg had sinned, and that sin was in him, as well as the will to redeem it.
13, please don't do this,
she begged him.
Emiliana, yeah.
Not pleadingly, not pathetically, but desperately. Straight as his arm was, so too was the long lass pointed directly into the side of his head. But it was not the fear of death that affected him in those moments, and she was begging to save his own life as much as that of her captain. The words, spoken by Corporal Emiliana, stung him deeply, quaked him to his core. But that core was buried deep and held firm in a grasp as cold and rigid as the bunkers of his homeworld. The tremors she sent to that place did not, could not, reach to the surface, and no sign of his pain reflected on the bare face of the 15-year-old soldier. Nothing she could say would change the need for his duty to be done.
To think that he's only 15 years old. That's crazy.
General Order 99 was absolute, and it was not for him to choose his superiors nor to judge their orders. Commissar Shadrach was what he was who he was, and both of those things were a Captain Commissar who had been sent to this place to take command of the Guard. Though for a time he had entertained that Lazarus as a saint could hold command, that illusion could only stand until challenged.
And challenged it was by an Inquisitor. The Inquisitor Aayla is who he is, and his station is what it is.
The edicts born of the Reign of Blood left no room for interpretation. There was no place for the ecclesiarchy within the command structure of the Ishtara Militarum. This was law. And, if not a saint, then Saint Lazarus was not but a sergeant. and a sergeant could not challenge a commissar captain.
And a commissar captain cannot challenge an inquisitor. You know what, Emiliana and the rest of the Cadian troopers, I don't know if you're gonna be successful in convincing the Kriegers to turn to your side. I don't think so. So, kill the snake's head, or chop off the snake's head. Kill Shadrach. Doesn't matter if you guys, possibly get hurt by the Kriegers. Kill Shadrach. He is your first target. Emiliana, target Shadrach. Yes, you are going to die. Okay? All of you are going to die. But I want Shadrach dead first. He must be the first one to die. And then we will worry about everybody else. I'm so sorry. I just need this man to die. Shadrach has to die.
Orders were clear. The chain of command was clear. The place where his duty lay was clear. But that did not mean that carrying it out did not pain him, nor that Emiliana's pleas did not cut him. To the contrary, and to his great surprise, they cut him deeply.
This is emotional pain, it's not physical pain. Physical pain, he's able to tolerate that, but emotional pain, this is just something you cannot just block out entirely, and you cannot, cauterize it. You can't, it's just in your heart, in your head. It makes you feel this certain way. And what you're feeling is telling you that what you're doing is wrong. You feel it. Yeah. You've lost an arm. What is an arm compared to the pain you're feeling inside your heart? And your head. Or should I say your mind? Yeah.
The look in the eyes of the Cadians, who themselves were restrained by orders given, bore into him in a way he had never expected to feel. It all hurt terribly. He had felt pain, felt the dying of his flesh. Even now, he lacked an eye taken by Republic blaster fire.
I forgot about that, yeah.
Even now, he lacked an arm, shorn from him by mechanical mercy. Even now, his wretched body was spotted by a million bruises and scrapes, burns and cuts. But he had never felt this pain before. It was new. It was a penance, he tried to tell himself, but it did not feel that way. It felt like a punishment.
13, answer me! We shed blood together. We fought the replicate together. I saved your life, and you saved mine. The least you owe me is an answer!
She demanded again. He tried to. He opened his mouth, but suddenly realized he could not speak. He knew the words. They were in his mind even now. Matter-of-fact answers, as logical as math. General Order 99 had been issued. The Commissar claimed the authority of the Inquisition. All further thoughts were worthless. All further action, heretical. It should have been so easy to say. But as he looked into the back of Captain Stern's head, his pistol pressed against it. Even as the man kneeled on the ground before him, Corpsman 1313 found he was at the very edge of his strength, and he hadn't even realized it until now. He could not look away. His eye, his intact eye, hurt, his vision fogging. What was this pain? This weakness?
I think it's guilt.
His hand was almost trembling. His heart was beating faster than it should. Was he sick? Was he cursed? Corporal, you will be silent, or you will be kneeling alongside the former captain.
Shut up, Shadrach, and just die.
I'll have your honor stripped from you, and your shame will carry to your family and sisters in the Schola. Do not make me address you again, said the Commissar, who, even then, was approaching Stern, his face scrunched in an attempt to hide his ugly smile.
Emiliana, kill Shadrach. There's no guarantee that 1313 is going to somehow turn to your side. And even if he does, it's just 1313. What about everybody else? all the other Krieg soldiers, will they support what 1313 is doing? We don't know. I don't think so. I highly doubt it. If you kill the snake's head, or if you chop off the snake's head, yeah, let me say it like that. If you chop off the snake's head, I think the Kriegers won't have anyone to obey. You know, there aren't going to be anyone giving them orders. Yeah, I don't know if they would just freeze or would they just attack you. I don't know. But the most important thing to do right now is to kill Shadrach, because he's activating that virus bomb. He's the one who's going to, detonate it, and for it to explode. So you have to kill him. He's the most important person who has to die. Everybody else is secondary.
It was not a successful attempt. 1313 said nothing, even as he felt another sting strike him, this time from the Commissar. Again, it was something he should not have felt, and he puzzled over the burning sensation in his chest as the aftermath of the words settled in. Anger? Insult? He was taking offense for Emiliana, a person who was not even he himself, a person who was not even from Krieg. Why?
13. I didn't know you were a coward,
came the rueful whisper from the corporal, incited by his own silence, and another lance of painful emotion shot through him, moving like a ghost's own hand and ignoring his coat, armor, and uniform. Whether or not Shadrach heard her was unclear, as he was distracted a moment later as Sergeant Vett approached, his gun discarded and laying on the ground, showing he was no threat as he neared. Instead, in his hand was a short-range Vox receiver and broadcaster, the green, squat, blocky device raised forward as he walked. "Far enough," said the Commissar Captain, and one of his remaining men aimed a gun at Vett, who froze, but continued to hold the Vox out. "It's a mess."
It's Vetnex, right? Sergeant Vetnex.
"Message for you, sir. Message for the man in command," Vetnex reported, and his phrasing, more than anything else, purchased the man his chance. Shadrach smirked and jerked his head forward, the man aiming the weapon at Vex coming closer and snatching the device from his hand, moving back towards Shadrach once he had confirmed it was not some kind of hidden explosive. "I am not a coward. I do not fear death," 1313 managed to say as this played out before them, keeping his voice strong and even, but low.
Yeah, you don't fear death, 1313. But you fear life. Because all your life, since, for 15 years of your existence, you've been told that your death is your release. Your death would be payment. Your death is what is required. So it's very predictable. You are just supposed to fight until you die. But you're afraid of life, because life is choice. Life comes with responsibilities. And life is risky. Choosing life is risky. It's not like death. Death is assured. Death is certain. You don't really have to worry about it. You just have to throw yourself at the enemy and you die. But to survive, to choose to survive and to live, that is very different. And that is what you're afraid of. That is something that is unpredictable.
He wanted to look at her as he said it, but he couldn't. His muscles were bunched too tightly at his neck. His heart was beating painfully. Every beat was like a pump of cool, yet searing poison, acting as an internal demand. A demand that he simply die right here and right now. And yet, why? He could not understand it. This pain that now assailed him without wounding. All around him, he was doing no different from all of his brothers. all soldiers of sin fighting to die in order to restore the honor of Krieg and the almighty God Emperor. The silent men of Krieg stood in ranks, guns aimed, unafraid of potential return fire as they targeted the Cadians in the room. The other Imperial soldiers aimed right back at them, though most did so from cover. Yet none on either side fired, all obeying orders of a kind. Did the other corpsmen, his brothers in every way, not feel this pain as well? Did their hearts not ache?
That's what I don't know. That's what we're not really sure of. I mean, yes, Emiliana can convince 1313 that this is wrong, but everybody else, I don't think so. I just don't think so. And that's why I'm saying, instead of fighting the Kriegers, everybody target Shadrach. Everybody target Shadrach and kill him. You kill him, it's over. I don't know if the Kriegers will fight, but if they do, as long as the snake's head is gone, it's fine.
As his did. And why? Why did it hurt at all?
No, you don't fear death. You run towards it. You crave it like a shard addict.
Emiliana continued to say, voice whispering angrily.
That is what makes you cowards. You are so afraid, so unwilling to use what the Emperor has given us all, that you cannot wait to die,
she said, her long lass still aimed into the side of his head. The Vox communicator was delivered to Shadrach, and he placed it to his ear, pressing the right button as he did to accept the communication.
This is Captain Commissar Shadrach, in command of the Astra Militarum forces at the Basilica of Salvation. What is your report?
He said into it.
The Commissar was not prepared for the booming reply that came out from the device, which Vetnex had set to its loudest, speaker-like setting prior to handing it over.
What, is it Aayla?
A setting the Commissar had been unable to anticipate. In truth, it was more unexpected than loud, but in the tense silence of the room, it rung out clearly so that all could hear.
This is Saint Lazarus. The angels of death are here. The Emperor's angels have descended.
Yes, Saint Lazarus.
We're all retreating back to the Basilica right now. Commissar, I need you to prepare
said the grainy but recognizable voice of the newly anointed Imperial Saint. Shadrach did not listen to much of it, dropping the Vox and crushing it with a powerful stomp of his armored boot. I do not take orders from a sergeant. The Commissar snarled.
He is a saint. That is Saint Lazarus to you, Commissar, or Captain Commissar Shadrach.
Snarled contemptuously. You, Vetnex, back in line, he added, pointing a crooked finger at the sergeant, whose face creased, but nodded, doing as he was ordered to.
Commissar,
said a Krieger who stood nearby. What is your number, soldier? Shadrach snapped back. The Krieger raised his gun barrel as he hefted it and saluted.
1541, sir.
The masked man said. What do you want, 1541? Asked the Commissar Captain.
Permission to voice an opinion, sir.
Requested 15.
An opinion? About what? This is interesting. Okay. Well, maybe 1313 is not the only one who's changing, or should I say maturing, emotionally. You know? Okay. 1541? Okay. Let me just write you down here, just in case if we hear of you again.
21. Permission denied. Resume your duty, ordered Shadrach, and the Krieger nodded without hesitation and resumed aiming his weapon. The instant obedience brought a smile to Shadrach, helping him recover his mood and resuming his approach before he was standing above Captain Stern. Before long, Commissar Shadrach was kneeling, stripping Captain Stern of his weapon and sidearm, holstering his own gun to heft Stern's glowing plasma pistol, a Cadian relic. 1313 could not see the man's face, but he knew it must be fixed in an unpleasant expression as he silently endured the humiliation.
You are terrified of sinning. You are terrified of doing anything but dying. You are terrified of the price of living.
Emiliana continued to hiss.
You are so afraid that all of you, your entire regiment, is jumping at the first chance to murder yourselves. All because that man has given you the authority to be what you were trained to be. Cowards! We haven't lost yet. The God Emperor sent back St. Lazarus to save us. He promised that help was coming, and
it's here. It's here.
It is. But you have no real faith. Just a death wish that you think will absolve you.
She accused him. These words stung worst of all, because deep within, he knew they were true, and that truth was surfacing like some hideous beast from the ocean of his spirit. How he longed to be freed of his fear, to finally enter death, to be granted grace and forgiveness by the loss of his own life, to become incapable of wrongdoing, to finally be judged. For this test, this cursed life, to at long last be over. No one had ever called it fear before, but it was. Yet now there was something else taking root inside him, rising as the Commissar rose with his new trophy.
This is the definition of the easy way out. You don't fear pain or injury, you fear your own free will. Your Emperor-given mind. You're terrified of it just because it might lead you to a mistake. You ignore the fact that every single Imperial hero didn't allow themselves the luxury of an easy death. They were brave enough to think. They dared sin and found salvation. They did it in the face of death because they knew that even an easy death is...
Emiliana was saying, her voice now dripping fear of her own, desperation thick in every word. But 1313 finished her words for her, speaking before he even realized that the words were escaping him. No death at all, he whispered, shocks of ice rolling through him, images of his limited past flashing through his conditioned mind. Emiliana said no more, and he still did not have the strength in him to turn and regard her, so he knew not what expression she turned on him then. The Commissar turned an eye on them, noticing their chatter, but his attention was called away an instant later. "It's done, Commissar," said one of the tech adepts.
What's done?
By the hanging bomb's control panel. Seemingly in response to his word, panels opened up all along the enormous weapon, thick armor and plates rearing back to reveal vibrant green canisters, each one a vial of the Death Eater virus, the plague which would devour this world.
We're out of time, Emiliana. We're out of time. You have to shoot him. You have to kill Shadrach. You and all the Cadians. You have to kill him.
But 1313 did not look up to see it, did not crane his head behind his body to gaze upon the death of them all. All he could do was stare into the back of Captain Stern's head, and the Imperial Aquila that was tattooed there. The eye of the twin-headed eagle gazed up into his own, one head blinded, one head whole. Why did he feel as though he saw judgment there, in that single avian eye? Why was that judgment so cold, so painful? Did he worship the Emperor? Or did he only worship death in the Emperor's name?
This
A bit of both.
is wrong.
Emiliana whispered, barely audible now, as Shadrach smiled and turned to face Captain Stern one last time. Was this wrong? Why was he asking that question? It was not his job to judge that. He was but a tool, a soldier. He had his orders, and good soldiers followed orders. That was what was demanded of him. He was safe, even if the orders were wrong. They were not his responsibility. They were not his sin. He was just doing his duty. The Emperor had to know that. Emiliana had to know that. Captain Stern, the Commissar began to say as he angled his new, stolen weapon down to aim into the Cadian's head. The men and women here will all die as martyrs to the Imperium's cause. They will enter the Emperor's final service with the highest honor a guardsman can achieve, having given their lives for victory. But not you. You who led them against me, who broke the chain of command to obey a false saint," Shadrach proclaimed, flicking a switch on the gun he held, plasma beginning to heat within the coils. These words also struck at 1313 himself, still standing behind Stern, taking a few steps back as Shadrach prepared to execute the man personally with a very powerful weapon. What the Commissar had just said was implicitly wrong. Lazarus was no false saint. In fact, it was because he was a saint that they could not obey him above Shadrach. Again, he reminded himself that it was not his place to judge his superiors, to decide when they were right and wrong. "You will not be martyred. You will be executed here and now by me. In the Emperor's name, I condemn you to his darkest judgment. May he purge your soul of the fear that led you to this weakness," pronounced Commissar Captain Shadrach, the archaic weapon in his hand beginning to keen deeply and glow. Emiliana drew in a hissing breath, and though he could not see it, 13 knew her hands were now trembling. So was he, almost trembling.
This is wrong, and you know it!
The corporal insisted, speaking more loudly now, directing the words of the Commissar instead of the Krieger. Shadrach's eyes slid over to her, and he scoffed openly. "Already the sins of your captain infect the rest of you Cadians. It is better that you should die now than be seen for the laxity you now display in your duty. I always knew it lurked beneath the surface. The Cadian Guard has long been overlauded, but if you were the match of Krieg or Carcosa when it came to virtue, then perhaps Cadia would not have fallen."
Okay.
The idea that the Imperium would see the loss of a world and the continuing survival of its regiment as some kind of strength or victory has always been laughable. If you had more steadfast resolve, more faith, more willingness to do what is right, then perhaps Cadia would not have ever fallen at all.
What the hell is this guy talking about? How do you expect Cadian forces to repel Abaddon the Despoiler crash landing a Blackstone fortress on the planet that eventually cracked the planet? How do you expect them to stop that? No. Shadrach, not only are you irritating, but you are heretical. This is heresy here. One of the most beloved and most, accredited regiments in the entire Imperium of Man. And you are berating them. You are belittling them. Like this. This is heretical.
And if it did, then justice demands you fall with it, the cruel Commissar condemned, smirking widely a moment later when the signal light atop the beacon he still wore over his shoulder began to glow and blink. And it was as this occurred that 1313 realized that Emiliana was right and Shadrach was wrong. That it did not require a deep judgment to realize it. This was no opinion. This was no chanced or measured thought. It was simply the truth. Commissar Captain Shadrach had lost his mind and was issuing orders and making proclamations which were fundamentally wrong.
I mean, as a commissar, you're not supposed to say such things about the Imperium of Man, most, respected and most well-known regiment. How do you improve the morale of your troops when you destroy another regiment belonging to the Imperium of Man? How do you do that? Especially to the Cadians. No. Commissar Shadrach, you need to go. I don't even know how you became a commissar. I honestly don't know. If you talk like this, I just don't know how you were able to become a commissar. Hey.
The sons of Krieg had broken their own world and killed nearly everything on its surface because Krieg had sinned. Kcaj had shattered, and yet its soldiers fought on, unbroken despite the breaking of their own homeworld. Weakness and vileness was the legacy of Krieg, and the very blood from which they all sprang, himself included. Heroism and sacrifice was the truth of Kcaj, a truth that had carried them all the way to a new galaxy, a truth he had seen with his own eyes. How could 1313 ever have thought differently? Good soldiers followed orders, but when various contradicting orders were given, and the cold pages of the Minotaur manual offered a path that led into what was explicitly wrong, explicitly untrue, then what was a good soldier to do? Did he fight to die, or did he fight to win? The decision hovered over him like a lethal blade, pending his choosing of a path.
But you're not afraid of death. So, take that chance, take that choice, 1313. If you die, you die. But as long as you get to kill this Shadrick. If Emiliana cannot do it, if the Kriegers, if the Cadians cannot do it, then you have to do it. Do it.
The path of righteous duty, or the path of potential victory? Gritting his teeth, emotion breaking the surface of his placid features, he made his decision. "You are mistaken," growled the young man as he lifted his aim up from Captain Stern's head. Shadrick was still smirking as the gun's barrel was raised and pointed into his own center of mass. The Commissar's eyes began to change as the words were slowly absorbed, but the change scarcely had time to reach the rest of his face before the young soldier continued. "Commissar Captain Shadrick, your judgment is impaired. In accordance with Minotaur Regulation 3123, I am divesting you of command until such a time that your mentality can be assessed by someone of higher rank."
I'm surprised that you remember all these rules, specifically this one. Yeah, I'm just surprised. 1313. Wow.
The Krieger announced, making the man's face redden.
I am here on behalf of the Inquisition. That regulation does not.
Shadrick began to contest. "Present evidence for the claim."
1313. Oh gosh. Ooh.
1313 ordered, and Shadrick found himself almost salivating with rage.
What are you saying? You do not even have cause to believe that I am unsound. I am under no obligation to...
He began to yell, but once more, the Krieger cut him off. Krieg sinned. The 15-year-old soldier stated, his face melting back into placidity, all pieces now in their place. Shadrick growled and began to lift his own weapon away from Captain Stern.
"You insubordinate cur!"
The Commissar howled.
Now is your chance, Emiliana. Now is your chance. Take the shot.
Kcaj stands. 1313 finished, his voice flat, matter of fact, his eyes level, steady as steel. And his heart did not ache as he pulled the trigger and fired the searing stream of light from his silvered hot-shot las pistol. The discharge was lightning fast, finding the center of Commissar Shadrick's chest before he could even blink. There was a brief moment as the air and armor there were atomized by the close-range impact of the hyper-agitated light photons.
Music to my ears.
And then, the void created by the blast was rapidly filled, collapsing the air and throwing the discharged commander off his feet, back slamming into the floor with a loud crack. The room was frozen then, every mind shocked by the sudden turn.
Keep shooting. Keep shooting until you shoot the head off. Remember, Imperium of Man forces don't die if you just shoot them in the chest. They just don't die. Remember what happened with Rejulia and Shock T? Shock T thought she killed her. She was not dead. Her head was still attached to the rest of her body. She could still move in those last dying moments. This is a rule that everybody needs to learn when fighting against the Imperium of Man forces. Shoot them in the head. Make sure that the head splatters open, just... And then you are satisfied that this person is dead. If the head is not gone, that person's not dead. Shoot him again.
Though 1313 did not pause as he raised his pistol, bending his elbow to look around it and see the damage he had done. Smoke and soot rising from the now unmoving chest of Commissar Shadrick. Satisfied with the shot, the Krieger nodded once, very slightly, and then looked to the side, half expecting to be executed himself, but having in him no fear of death at all. He saw that nearly every soldier in the room, Krieger and Cadian alike, was staring directly at him. The exposed faces of the Cadians slack-jawed beneath their helmets. But his eye found Emiliana's face first, her las rifle lowering, a relieved smile now slowly growing over her face as her eyes began to glisten. And then she stiffened and raised her rifle, firing her own concentrated beam and immediately ending the life of the would-be pawn of Shadrick's insane design. 1313 flinched, the searing heat moving right past his head as the photonic ray of energy carved into the skull of Shadrick's tech adept, who, while momentarily stunned like the rest, had suddenly moved with desperate speed to activate the release sequence for the bomb. It was an act he left incomplete as his head came apart in a blaze of light.
You see, Emiliana knows what to do. You shoot them in the head. You shoot that head. God, they're dead. Not shooting him in the chest and then you think that person's dead. No. 1313, finish the job. Finish the job. Shoot him in the head.
Body thumping over his tech interrogators, blackened blood soon pooling over the instrumentation. And that was not the end of it, as Shadrick's remaining guards spun on their heels to return the lethality sent into their master, only to find the fleeting sight of a knife entering an eye on each soldier, Vetnex having acted in the same moment as Emiliana, slinging 2 of his 4 weapons into their faces, and ending their lives nearly as quickly as Emiliana had ended the life of the tech adept. The tension...
But you see, they're all targeting their face, their head. That's what you gotta do, 1313.
Was high in the aftermath, the Kriegers in the room holding their weapons steady, ready to engage. But there was no one among the Death Corps present who ranked higher than a sergeant, leaving no single figure to determine the right and wrong of what had just happened. All of it having had the creed of the Astra Militara invoked, the final judgment coming from one of their own. Instead, now they all faced the same crux that 1313 had already crossed. The decision left entirely in their hands, and after a moment, those hands lifted the barrels of their weapons skyward. The commanding officer was dead. The new commanding officer was, by protocol, Sergeant Vetnex, since Captain Stern was technically still designated as unfit for duty. The Cadians were slower to imitate them, lasguns still aimed in towards the silent soldiers of the Death Corps, but that did not last long either. "Lower your weapons," Vet growled at them. "All of you, no more Imperials are killing each other today." Without hesitation, the Cadians complied, most still in shock even as they lowered their barrels to the ground. A few seconds later, as it sank in that no one was going to be killing them all or forcing a fight between them, a beleaguered cheer rose up from the men in green, first staggered and then unanimous. 1313 stared blank.
This soundtrack, I know this soundtrack. From Star Wars, I think the Return of the Jedi, right? Yes, the last, Return of the Jedi, when everybody was celebrating the defeat of the Empire. They played this music. Well, it sounds similar to it. It does sound very similar to it.
Blankly, as he was suddenly yanked forward into an embrace, Emiliana holding him tightly as she joined the chorus. Relief and elation mixing like a heady drug in every single soldier that still valued their life. The corpsmen had no reaction, standing right where they were and awaiting further orders, save for 1313, who felt an odd heat branding over his face as the Cadian woman pulled him in close. Captain Stern lifted himself back up to his feet, sweating profusely and grinning like an idiot, just as subject to the sudden relief as any of his men. He came over to 1313 and slapped his helmet as Emiliana blushed and gave him back a little space, though the slap was playful as opposed to chastising.
Emperor bless you, you crazy death-worshipping plank. I'll make sure you get promoted for this, soon as I get my captaincy back.
The dark-skinned, amethyst-eyed Imperial announced, a renewed cheer following the proclamation. The celebration, however, was cruelly short-lived. Shadrick gasped, eyes...
I told you to shoot that man in the head.
Suddenly fluttering into wakefulness, something only 1313 saw as it happened. His face tensed, and he tried to shove past the grateful captain, arm caught between them. Yet before he could fire off a second killing shot from his last pistol, the Commissar lifted his stolen plasma gun and aimed it up, shaky grip centering on the Kriegsman who had shot him and the captain standing in front of him.
For the Imperium!
The wounded Shadrick growled, blood flecking his white teeth, before he jerked his arm higher still and fired. The
Higher.
shot sailed over their heads, the cheers dying on the lips of any voicing them as countless eyes followed the arcing ball of plasma. It slammed into the massive chain which held the bomb aloft, and in a flash of blue radiance, it ate through the metal and snapped the binding cleanly. The virus bomb, already opened and primed for detonation, hung for only a brief moment before plummeting into the pit, hurtling towards the heart of the world it would soon kill.
You insane!
Oh gosh. Everybody has to get off this planet as soon as possible now. Everybody. Fast, fast, fast.
Frack!
Vet roared, speaking as he raised his arm, knife brandished in his hand. He threw it end over end at the Commissar on the ground, just as 1313 freed his arm and fired, both intent on ending Shadrick before the rest of them died from the bomb. But in a second flash of light, the Commissar was suddenly gone, Vetnex's knife burrowing 2 inches into the stone ground where Shadrick's head had been.
You mean Tarweiler kept his word? Tarweiler kept his word that he was going to, extract Commissar Shadrick before the bomb explodes on the planet. He kept his word. Wow. I thought he was just going to leave him, because he's just a tool. I thought he was just going to leave Shadrick to die as soon as the virus bombs were activated. But he kept his word. He took him aboard his vessel up in space.
A searing hot beam of light blowing a head-sized hole in the ground beside it. And all the while, everyone watched on. 1313 did not fear death, but somehow, this felt worse than death. This felt like failure, and his strength, long upheld, began to flee him rapidly. He sagged on his feet, supported by Emiliana as a wave of raw humanity passed through him. His raised arm dropped to his side, his heart racing, mind slowing, but thoughts entirely blank. Nothing could be done. No line could be charged. No tactic could be used. He had failed. He had tried to do the right thing, and he had failed.
13. It's all right, 13.
The corporal said to him, her voice trembling as
How long does it take for the bomb to reach the surface and detonate? Oh gosh.
she felt him slackening more and more.
No, it isn't. I didn't stop him. Shadrick won. The Imperium lost,
He said, words hollow, his lowered remaining arm shaking, his gun dropping from his hand. But the Cadian woman did not drop him, shoving him back onto his feet and grasping either side of his head.
You did what you thought was right.
she said to him, eyes boring into his remaining one, an eye that now stung, now rimmed with rare tears. "You will still die," he said in a whisper. She nodded her head, not denying it. "We all will. That isn't what matters now," was her answer to him. 1313 closing his eye as she wiped it for him. "How can you say that? Even now, how are you like this?" he asked her, wondering how she still had this strength, even in the face of a death she had wanted to avoid, even when he felt his faltering in the face of his failure. She firmed her expression, hands sliding down to his shoulders and helping him steady himself. "Because I have always known what matters, and it still matters," the corporal asserted. "Not that we live, not even that we win," she continued, pulling her hands back and allowing him to support himself fully, giving him a grim, humorless, but genuine smile. "Only that we try, onto our dying breath. All that is asked of us is that we never break and never stop aiming for the victory, for what is right, that we hold fast, even in the face of despair, even in the face of death. All that the Emperor demands of us is that we die standing." And with the words, 1313 suddenly understood. His
The flesh is weak, but deeds endure. 1313.
eye widened, and he nodded, his face, numbness receding. This was the strength of Kcaj, the reason they had never broken when Krieg had been broken so long ago. This was the strength of Yurten, the true power of humanity. How had he not noticed it before? How had he confused death-seeking for this? The difference between his home and her own now became apparent in his mind. The Death Corps embraced death, accepted it, surrendered to it. The Cadian Guard stood firm against it, even if it meant death. They never surrendered to it. To embrace the end and to defy the end. Neither staved off death, but both defined its context. He steadied his face and nodded firmly back to her. "Die standing. Yes, I can still do that," he stated, his voice not trembling, not entirely placid, but composed of a newer strength, and Emiliana's smile grew softer. There was no joy in it, but there was pride, and he shared it with her, if only for a brief moment. What a strange feeling. Pride. Not shame, not fear, not faith, but pride. So this was what it felt like to be free. He was oddly glad and thanked the Emperor that he could experience it at least once, even if only now, at the very end. "Well said," spoke a voice from the entrance into the room.
Is that Ishtara?
"Well said indeed." All faces turned to see the willowy shape of Ishtara Ordane.
Aha! I've been wondering what happened to you, because you just left us. You left us with you covered in bandages and having a flamethrower, and you said that the Emperor has a mission for you. Okay, so this is your mission. What are you gonna do exactly?
Her body wrapped in bandages, her hand gripping a small flamer. She stalked and strode into the room like a being submerged in water, just heavy enough to propel herself forward. "Holiness," said Captain Stern, his face stricken. "We failed to stop him. The bomb," he began to explain. "All is as it should be. The Emperor's design cannot be subdued by something as meager as a virus bomb."
Okay, but what are you gonna do? You're not a psyker, so you can't stop it. You can't dismantle it with, psychic knowledge. So, what are you gonna do? Or maybe the Emperor is going to, what's the word I'm looking for? He's going to possess your body, and he's going to use your body as an extension of his powers. Yeah, that's what I'm assuming. Spoke
the Canoness Superior. "Even as we speak,
The entirety of the Imperium's forces on this planet are sheltering here, in the house of their Emperor. They shall not be betrayed. This I swear.
The old, bandaged woman announced, striding forward.
Go. Survive. Carry the lessons learned here to the rest of the Imperium. Ensure that St. Lazarus does not fail, she continued to say as she walked up to and past the captain.
But Canoness, the weapon was primed, shouted Sergeant Vetnex. It will detonate the moment it strikes the ground. There is nothing that can be done,
he insisted. She scoffed at that and continued moving forward, acting as though the very voiced notion was ridiculous.
Who decided that?
She asked him without looking back in Vet's direction.
She reminds me of Escanor. What is it? The Seven Deadly Sins? It's an anime. Yeah. Escanor also says that. Who decided that?
A man with a weapon. An inquisitor hiding in the shadows. A prideful sinner with a single breath left in his body? Is that all it takes to defeat your faith? Deny me not. I speak for the Emperor. I am his will made manifest, and I am not so easily defeated. Go, I said. Think no more of this. Leave it in the Master's hands. He shall not lead you astray.
Ishtara countered, moving closer and closer to the raised rim of the altar. The venerable Canoness paused then, standing beside 1313 and Emiliana.
The two of you,
she announced, turning to face them, her eyes bright and golden, like the rays of the sun.
Definitely the Emperor is controlling her body.
Aid me. These old bones have one last journey to make,
Ishtara ordered. At her command, the two soldiers hesitantly nodded and went to either side of her, taking her hands and helping her as the ancient Canoness endeavored to climb the tall base of the altar, stepping onto the heads of stone daemons and climbing upon the angled blades of the angels who struck down at them. As she did, she leaned heavily against 1313 in spite of his one arm, and her lips came close to his ear.
Keep that pride, man of Krieg. Stand taller than the sin that plagues you.
Well, there you are, Emperor. Man. God-man, Emperor.
She said in a voice that was not her own, and when she pushed away from him and stood atop the rim of the pit, the Krieger was left breathless, his final eye wide as a plate as he tried to absorb her words.
I go now to do the Emperor's will. Ensure that you do the same.
The venerable priestess of war proclaimed to the assembled soldiers.
But you're not gonna die, right, Ishtar? You're not going to die. We still need you. We still need you. Yes, St. Lazarus is a unifying force, but I think we're still going to need someone like you.
And then, without further preamble, she leaned forward and fell into the yawning pit, descending like a thin lance wrapped in flagging bandages, aimed right for the soon-to-be rotting heart of Axum.
Okay, I don't know how fast that bomb is dropping down to the surface of Axum, but will she make it in time? Will she be able to catch up with it? And then what? Can she disarm it? She can barely hold herself together and walk. So what is she going to do? And she's not a psyker, like I've stated before. But also, I did say that maybe the Emperor is going to manifest his powers through her. And I don't know what is he going to do exactly. But yeah, I think that's the only thing that can actually happen in terms of disarming the bomb. The Emperor is going to use his psychic abilities to stop it, or to dismantle it, or to deactivate it before it hits the ground. Yeah. Jedi Master Coleman Kcaj. Alright. I don't think we've had the pleasure to meet Jedi Master Coleman Kcaj.
Coleman ordered his command gunship to circle the entire perimeter.
It's gonna get me some time to get used to your head. Arrow shape. Oh my god. Oh my gosh. Oh, yeah, it's gonna take me some time, but it's a cool design. Ooh.
Perimeter of the basilica several times. Alien eye stalks taking in all he saw. The Imperial forces were abandoning their ruined walls and fortifications, retreating in layered withdrawals back into the massive central construct that was the Gothic cathedral at the center. His hundreds of gunships circled with him, most heavy with troops and vehicles, all unloading with strafing distance fire from their various laser cannons and missile launchers, encouraging the retreat and blasting the lines of imps as they fell back. Purple enemy gunships had been present, descending and disgorging additional forces from the enormous duo of Imperial starships which hung perilously above the battlefield, directly skyward of the Imperial Church Fortress. The alien Jedi Master clicked his tongue within his upside-down, lipless mouth, one of his eye stalks staring up at the gargantuan dreadnoughts as they exchanged fire with several encroaching Venators from all sides. Before they had been locked up with the Republic's space forces, Kcaj had noticed that they had fired various rounds of some kind of low-impact weapon into the spires around their combat zone. All tall, but distant from the actual battlefield. The Jedi Council member was no stranger to odd deployment tactics, and suspected that these were not weapons at all, but some method of quick disembarkment, and the scattered pattern of it all suggested some kind of encirclement.
Drop pods.
This was emphasized as the likely case within his alien mind as dropships followed the trails of those first salvos, even as the Venator reinforcements began to converge and fire into the imposing Imperial ships. Formidable though the invaders were, they were not invulnerable, and holding their positions in the air would mean they could only linger for a limited time, before they were brought burning to the steel earth of Axum's already scarred surface. Whatever these new foes were about to try, it was clear to the Jedi Master that it was going to be a rapid endeavor, and so he was silently compelled to act rapidly as well. Rapidly, but not hastily. 500 Jedi Knights and over 10,000 clone troopers were at his command, a force which could conquer a planet, brought together to force the Imperials out of their holes.
So this is the force Mace Windu was talking about. Okay, let's see what you guys can do.
Kcaj was determined not to squander them.
Commander Neo,
He said as he eyed both Earth
Is this an AI voice? Oh, sounds nice.
and air simultaneously.
how many dropships have landed in the immediate battlefield we are about to engage in?
The commander strode to the side of his Jedi general and saluted.
No less than 3, maybe 5 total if they got some down before we were able to observe them. Many more to the surrounding spires, though.
The clone reported. The Jedi Master nodded slowly, eyes blinking with sideways lids.
Contact Master Oppo Rancisis. Request that he take another large contingent of Jedi and clones and secure those positions. I do not want to suddenly find our forces surrounded. I would like the spires cleared and secured, and if not that, contained so that none of the forces on the spires are free to advance.
The council member ordered.
Yes, sir.
Was the clone's swift reply before he turned away and began to relay the request. While he did, Coleman Kcaj turned his mind back towards the field of battle he would soon be invading. The civilian rebel casualties from this battle had been appalling. The charge.
Most of those people were not civilians. Most of those people were Gene Stealer cult. I'm sorry. I don't consider them as civilians.
Towards the Basilica's defenses, having left long, solid lines of corpses and wounded that he could easily see even now. Why had Master Mace Windu encouraged this kind of assault when it so obviously resulted in this atrocious rate of attrition?
Because Samuel Wyler ticked them off. Yeah, he ticked them off. After Samuel Wyler assassinated one of the leaders of the Genestealer cult.
Admittedly, the late arrival of the Republic forces during the charge and his quick decision to withdraw from the perimeter of the combat zone had spared the Jedi many losses, both in the lives of their own order and that of the clones, but it also called into question the point of the attack at all. It was a question he and the others would be sure to ask later, but the past was immutable and the future needed to be shaped in the present. He doubted that the scant reinforcements which had landed would make a large difference, and their gunships, exposed on the ground, had remained only long enough to disgorge their warrior payloads, before rocketing away back up to their behemoth motherships, spitting light fire back at the Republic gunships as they retreated, neither side having had the chance to fully engage the other before they were gone. Coleman had barely managed to catch a glimpse of the last few reinforcements they dispatched, the large, purple and white armored warriors falling back into the cathedral almost as soon as they had disembarked.
Are they the Iron Hands? I thought it'd be the Skywatch chapter. Okay.
Space Marines, Coleman suspected. The most lethal possible warriors that the Imperial invaders could field, according to young Anakin Skywalker, who had nearly faced grievous injury or death at the hands of one of their own. But a literal handful of these kinds of soldiers could not stand against more than 50 times their number in Jedi.
Your overconfidence blinds you, Master Jedi.
Say nothing of the clones who stood alongside them. Even so, Kcaj was not quick to dismiss the threat, though in his mind, the encirclement and possible traps left behind by the Imperial retreat was where the greatest danger lay.
It is done, sir,
reported Commander Neo.
Good. Have our armored forces begin landing outside of a perimeter. Have recon teams deploy along the upper and middle sections of the Imperial defensive front. Once free, they should quickly sweep the ruins and abandon the hardpoints for traps and unusual technology. Have them report anything they find, detonate anything suspicious with demolition teams. As they clear the area, have the Warhammer and speeder tanks advance with infantry support.
The Master commanded, pointing down at the ground at landing zones as he did.
Once we have cleared and secured the outer and center portions of the approach, I want our forces to completely encircle the area around the cathedral. Have every AT-3Es take up their furthest positions to supply the front with focused fire, and create avenues for our TX-130s to move and respond freely to active threats. Over there, the turbo tanks following behind our gunships to move in behind everything else once they arrive. We will need them to provide defense from exterior attack. And under overlapping fire support for our forces once they re-engage the Empire.
He continued.
Aye, sir. And the Jedi?
Neo asked after a brief pause.
My order leader shall remain airborne, and will move in our strike forces to address anything unexpected or dangerous that may crop up. Once we have the entire exterior of the cathedral under our control, we shall deploy in force for the actual storming of their fortress. This way, we will never be too far from where we are needed, and will lead the charge past their final defensive structures.
Kcaj explained to the commander, who nodded and snapped a quick salute before turning to relay the orders.
So the Jedi are going to be reserved only for the Angels of Death, and whatever's mechanized forces the Angels of Death bring onto the field. Okay.
Even with his plan now being acted out, the Ongri Jedi Master was wary and reminded himself to remain flexible. There was no telling how the Imperials might react or what plans they themselves may already have in the works. He sensed great danger approaching, but for some reason he did not feel that danger was coming from the Basilica alone, nor the surrounding towers where the Space Marines had potentially deployed themselves. He turned his eyes away from where the fight would be occurring and faced them towards the horizon. Distantly, very distantly, his alien eyes could see another storm beginning to form there, punctuated by streaks of red lightning, which menaced him even from so many miles away.
It's the warp.
How long before that storm reaches us, Commander Neil?
He asked suddenly. The clone, who was busy communicating the attack plan, looked up and then stared in the same direction as the Jedi Master, withdrawing a pair of electro-binoculars to look through a moment later. He shrugged.
Maybe 45 minutes to an hour from now. Storms are common here on Axum, sir.
Not this kind.
According to the troopers we are relieving, they've already had plenty of rain today alone.
He informed the Jedi General. Coleman nodded warily, eyes still on that encroaching, twisting sneer of black clouds and distant thunder.
Yes, perhaps. Let us continue the talks, Commander. I want to be invading that final fortification well before we are rained on.
He said. Neo nodded sharply.
Right away, sir. We'll get this place secured on the double.
Hey, Saint Lazarus. Jedi Master Coleman Kcaj. Oh no, I forgot how to pronounce his surname. But yes, the Jedi Master is, being a bit cautious, and I like that. But he's also still very confident that with his Jedi, he would be able to overpower the Space Marines. And I don't know. I honestly don't know. We'll see. We'll just have to wait and see. But he's not just dealing against regular Space Marines. Probably he will also be dealing with, Astartes wearing Terminator armor or dreadnoughts, And that's already overpowering anything that the Jedi have in their arsenal. Yeah, but we'll see. We'll see.
Saint Lazarus grit his teeth, pain shooting up through his various injuries as he was carried atop several shoulders and hands. His armored body ferried in an ocean of desperate humanity as he was moved within one of the adjoining chapels within the massive basilica. He had initially been brought into the temple by the strength and support of the canoness alone. Yet it had not taken long once crossing into the building for his state to be noticed by many others. They took it upon themselves to lift him high, moving him through the growing press.
Make way for the saint! Make way for the Saint Lazarus!
The basilica, empty moments before, was now rapidly filling with a chaotic mob of wounded soldiers and survivors from all branches of the Imperium, all who remained free on this cursed planet. But large though the building was, it was never intended to house so many as now sought to enter, and that was becoming obvious to see. Medical beds were laid out into hallways. Soldiers scrambled and pushed through the crowds, running to engage some kind of struggle or fight happening deeper within the basilica. And the pristine white floors of the Emperor's home were soon tarnished and dirtied by blood, ash, and whatever else the myriad forces of mankind dragged onto them. Tech priests and sisters of the noble orders of the Hospitaller moved through and between the many others, often suspended above the hordes of the Imperial survivors on hovering harnesses or spider-like mechadendrites, using the devices to stalk above the pressed masses of people and beds. Those who had no such augmentations stepped on the posts and sides of medical beds or climbed around shrines and ornate pillars, their sometimes bare and sometimes booted feet lithely balancing along as their hands and arms held assortments of data slates or clusters of medical necessities.
I think anyone who is not badly injured should not be in this facility. Those who are not badly injured, you can stay outside and get medical treatment outside. But those who are terribly injured, they stay inside, they get their treatment inside. Yeah, just to free up space. Because this is very congested now and it's chaotic. It's just going to be a breeding ground for bacteria.
Some space was eventually made for Lazarus, given his status, but he hardly believed he deserved it after the failure he had just suffered at the walls. It simply did not matter how many they killed or tried to force back. The Republic was becoming more numerous by the second, and their weapons of war, from tanks to airships, grew more varied by the minute. The faithful of the machine god and the Emperor alike were trapped, clustered around each other like a swarm of drowning rats, taking up the last aired space on their rapidly sinking ship. And worse yet,
AFanWithTooMuchTime. Yeah, okay.
the new saint had no idea how to even begin to save them. So many reached for him, so many prayed for him, so many now depended on him, and the final words of Ishtara Ordane hung heavily in his mind. He had a duty to these people, not to win the battle, but merely to survive it. But what could be done now? There was very nearly no way out, and what ways there were, well, he could not see them, though he held to the faith that they did exist. The Emperor would not abandon them. The Master of Mankind would not have returned Lazarus from death only to fail. Would he?
We will never understand the actions of gods. Don't ever presume to think that you understand what they think. That's a mistake. That's a mistake. He might purely be doing this for his own entertainment. The Emperor might be doing this for his own entertainment. You know, you never know.
The heretical thoughts made him resent his position all the more. He was no major, no saint. Saints did not have doubts. Their faith was absolute. He could not help but feel an imposter throughout all of this, and yet he dared not show it. He owed the men and women around him too much for that. Before space had been created, Lazarus had spent this time doing what he could to ease those who came close, blessing the faithful who pleaded for it, taking ash and sweat from his own face and brow, and rubbing it into vaguely avian forms on the foreheads of the various humans who looked up towards him with eyes begging salvation.
Hey, sis, man. No. No. Don't do that with me. You know, just give me a message of confidence. Just, yeah, don't touch me with your ash and sweat. Ew. Huh?
He voiced paltry blessings to each, and, impotent as they were, the words were drowned out more often than not by the heavy cacophony all around him. Orders, panic, prayers, all wrung from the high walls and vaulted ceilings of this holy place, echoing in spaces which had previously been meant for choir music and sermons. However, after a time, Leandra thundered at those around him, demanding space be made, and, even divested of her powered armor, her lungs clearly did not lack for the strength, and, by the force of her voice alone, the press around them was made to obey.
The armor is not what makes a sister of battle. The armor is just an accessory. You know? A sister of battle is made through her teachings, through her practice, through her other sisters who also join in this belief of the God Emperor and those who have been chosen by the God Emperor, you know, and the defense of the Imperium of Man. So the armor that they wear it has its purpose, but it doesn't make the sister of battle, definitely.
Soon, after they were through the chapel, the unspoken question of where they were taking him was answered without words needing to be spoken. His body was carried up and up, through stairway passages, into an area of the Basilica of Salvation which had not yet been filled, or at least not completely. There was much more space here, and he could see the reason why right away. Medals, pauldrons of elaborate design, fine augmentations and gold-plated lasguns, humming plasma weapons, and sparking power swords and fists. All around him, the saint saw commanders, captains, and a few wounded majors who had joined with the retreating forces on their way to the Basilica, or who had been in some position around the besieged temple. The thought that other men, so much more like himself, were being forced into the press downstairs made the teeth he had left in his mouth grit together painfully.
The teeth he has left in his mouth. How many does he have? Oh gosh. Who punched him in the face? I don't remember anyone punching him in the face and his teeth falling out. Oh gosh, Lazarus.
But he understood the necessity of it. How could they plan their way out of this while trapped in the cacophonous press that was to be found downstairs? None of the command staff here were silent, all speaking amongst each other, and half of them even properly discussing solutions in place of bemoaning their pessimistic outcome. He was not stopped here, however, taken further and further until he was laid onto a medical bed within the private shrine of the Canoness Superior herself. The sacred space was oddly austere, the room being barren, save for a few prayer mats, some select icons of the faith which hung from the walls, and a single banner of the Sisterhood which hung above the winged doorway.
Truly she was a loyal and devoted servant to the God Emperor and to the Imperium of Men. You know, she didn't have any audacious displays of wealth and you know, resources and power. No, just a simple prayer mat, you know, very humble, very demure, as they would say. So yeah, she was very loyal to the cause and not to her own, you know, entitlement of her position. Yeah, she was not trapped within her own entitlement of her position. She was very diligent and, you know, very loyal to her cause. That's nice. I wish more Imperium of Man officials could, you know, take that as a point of inspiration. Stop filling your stomachs with food and allowing your people to suffer while, you know, you just enjoy yourself like that. No. If you're in the service of the Imperium of Man, serve the God Emperor, serve humanity. That is paramount.
In the center of it all, a white marble carving of the Emperor himself stood tall, one which seemed half completed, the vagueness of their god emerging from the white stone like the semblance of a man bursting from an ocean of pale white milk. The saint was not alone within, even after those who had helped carry him in were curtly dismissed by the Canoness commander, who had been serving as his bodyguard throughout the battle.
Get out! All of you, get out!
Leandra stood away from him after the others had departed, kneeling before the statue of the Emperor, her hands clasped together, head lowered in prayer and supplication as another three sisters entered the room and approached his bed, crowding around Lazarus. Their hands reached for him, peeling away his armor and then sackcloth robes to expose his many new but minor injuries. They paid his modesty little heed, chanting prayers all the while, even as he raised meager and ignored protests. Distracting himself from their ministrations, the saint looked around. Only the lit wall scones provided any substantial light, but it was enough to see by. Already waiting within was a tall woman who he assumed to be Commissar Jane Leros, the one who had saved all of their lives with her timely intervention, and whose sudden arrival had turned the Republic back, even if only temporarily. She had divested herself of her power fist and other weapons, save for a bolt pistol which hung at her waist, the other items dangling from a steel hook on the wall near where she was leaning. She was holding what appeared to be a skull in her hands, the severed head cleanly flensed and lightly luminous in the twilight of the chamber. Lazarus very nearly missed the other figure standing behind the statue of the Emperor, looming at the intersection of several shadows. There stood a leering, red-eyed soldier whose face was encased in a full ceramite mask. A Tempestus scion, Lazarus realized.
Or is it Aloysius Cinder?
Before amending his observation, no, not just a mere soldier of that elite corps, but none other than a Tempestor Prime, or at least that was what his regalia and uniform seemed to indicate. The Thunderbird emblem he wore on his dark armor, and the muted colors of dark red, deep blue, and dull gray which formed the checkerboard pattern on his shoulder cape marked him out as a Calambian, and the very same man who had saved Lazarus' life at the Battle of the Bloody Bridges. The Prime known as Aloysius Cinder.
Yeah.
Then he spotted the other hospital bed, in the corner of the room in place of a cross from his own. A preternatural darkness seemed to linger there, at least until Lazarus noticed that there were obstructions on the wall scones, black knives embedded into their sides at odd angles, creating strips of shadow which all converged on that corner, hiding its two inhabitants in flickering, wavering darkness. A small woman and an enormous man were there, the man sitting on the bed, his back leaned against the wall.
Samuel Weiler and Kcaj.
It was not clear if the man was alive, for he seemed unmoving, and he was clearly badly wounded, dried.
Wait a minute. I don't know if I've discussed about this before, but did Tar Weiler know that he's, blood relative or sibling Samuel Weiler was on the planet? Was he prepared to throw him under the bus as well? But you know what? He's crazy. It's possible that he did know that Samuel Weiler was here and he was going to kill him anyway.
And clotted blood leading the way to the bed from across the otherwise clean floor. The man was wearing a dark trench coat which spilled over the sides of the medical bed. The woman wearing something similar, but much smaller.
There you are, Samuel Weiler and Kcaj.
She was helping to brace the larger man against the wall, herself perched to his side, one hand pressed against his chest to keep him steady, while the other held a wicked curved blade of the same kind as those embedded into the sides of the scones. She leered around, a guardian's air about her, as she held the weapon out threateningly, as if warding away any who might see, forcing them to keep their distance. The woman was of blonde hair and pale complexion, and her eyes seemed to glow a malevolent red as they swept back and forth across the room. These two Lazarus did not know at all, but he could remember them from the battle, fighting against the Jedi. He had not witnessed the full conclusion of that battle, but judging from the slumped and still form of the black-haired man, it had not gone well. Whoever they were, being allowed into this room meant something for certain, even if he did not yet know what.
I know for certain that Samuel Weiler lost one of his hearts while he was fighting against Mace Windu. Yeah, so he's not really good right now.
Lazarus bided his time, as he could not speak or address any of them with any dignity, while the sisters Hospitlar who surrounded him did their work, rebandaging his wounds, stitching him shut where he was bleeding, jamming tools into his mouth to yank his broken teeth and replace them with quick, augmentative replacements.
Oh, wow.
And
so what, he's getting a set of veneer teeth? Some set of veneer teeth after pulling out the real teeth? Wow, okay.
Painfully removing the remains of his mechanical arm and leg, leaving him lopsided and out of balance. They worked quickly, however, and in only a handful of minutes they were wrapping his body back within his sackcloth raiment, daubing his bruised skin with sacred oils, and whispering blessings over him.
Guys, did you wash him? I mean, yeah, it's okay to put on these sacred oils and wrappings and whatnot, but did you wash him? He needs to bath. Okay? I'm sure this guy stinks. He needs to bath. And then you can wrap him up and put sacred oils and pray to him and pray to the God Emperor, then you're done. But he needs to bath. Get that hot water, get soap, and wash this man.
Once their work was completed, they stood up and began backing away while bowing and facing him, bending multiple times every couple of steps until they were outside the doors, which closed. Lazarus was not sure he would ever grow accustomed to that kind of reverence, groaning as he pushed himself upright with his remaining living arm and sat, crippled but alive in the medical bed. He was surprised that they had made no attempt to heal the other man against the wall, perhaps realizing that he was already dead, or perhaps not wanting to come anywhere near his red-eyed guardian. He did not have much time to contemplate it, however, since the moment the Hospitaller departed, 3 of the others in the room approached him. Leandra rose from her prayer, forming the sign of the Aquila over her breast, as Jane pushed off from the wall and straightened her hat and burnt overcoat. All the while, Cinder turned to fully face Lazarus and sauntered out from beneath the shadows, stepping like a cat in the Commissar's own wake. The Saint gave them a wan smile, feeling his guts clench as he realized that, once more, he was playing center to a group of figures who far outstripped him. How, by the Emperor's golden teeth, had he ended up in this situation?
Saint Lazarus?
Spoke the Commissar, her voice clipped, but not unpleasant.
I do not believe we have formally been introduced. I am Commissar Colonel James Lee Ross, at your eternal service.
She greeted with a stiff salute. Lazarus raised an eyebrow at those words. He had not expected that to be her claimed title, not by a long shot. Commissar Colonel? Isn't that kind of function a little unorthodox? He
Like that Commissar Captain.
Tried.
Shadrach, yeah.
Trying not to show the difficulty he was having in finding his sitting balance with only one arm and one leg. She smirked subtly at him and gave a brief nod.
It can appear that way, Holiness. But, like you, I only achieved my current rank after this battle had already commenced. I have been given this promotion in recognition of my efforts and successes concerning the preservation of our main forces at the slaughter of the Spires.
She reported, hands behind her back and legs spread, her back straight as a rod. Still, I can't remember the last time that rank was earned by anyone at all. Tales of Commissar Gaunt and his ghost aside, I had thought its existence was no more than a soldier's rumor, not an actual option for command. The Saint said, softly questioning the legitimacy of her claim.
And yet, it is my rank.
She asserted. Lazarus shrugged his shoulders and sighed, suppressing a wince as an agonized sting wrung its way through his injured missing arm. Seems like I'll see every strange exception play out before I'm sent back to the Emperor's side, Lazarus suggested.
Welcome to the big boys and big girls club, Saint Lazarus. Yeah, things that you think are just, dreams or fake stories are actually real now. They're real. They're people who actually are designated, commissar commanders or captain commissars. and you'll find inquisitors and space marines or angels of death and, other various departments of the Imperium of Man's Astra Militarum that you never see. You will see them now because you're a saint.
Indicating for her to relax with his remaining arm and almost falling over for the effort. She did so, but relaxed her stance only slightly.
Well, with all due respect, Your Holiness, the promotion was handed down to me directly by Marshal Dovin approximately 8 minutes before the fall of Central Command. So, I'd say that my elevation is less of an exception than your own rise to the rank of Major.
She offered, face stern, but tone hinting at the jibe being no more than that. Lazarus felt a twitch ring across his face. This Commissar Leros had an effective way of showing how much she already knew without leading the conversation fully into it.
She's good.
The recently anointed saint nodded his head and resolved to change the subject, not intending to mince words with a political officer. Fair enough, Commissar Colonel. I did receive reports about the Battle of the Azure Spires, but what I
Wait, did I say Commissar Commander? Sorry, Commissar Colonel. Sorry, yes.
was given was sparse and sometimes contradictory, he began to say.
Slaughter, Holiness. It was a slaughter.
She corrected without hesitation, strong face hardening as she spoke. How so? What happened? He asked without missing a beat.
It's hard to work out the details. However, what is clear is that the Jedi preempted our route. They knew we would come to the aid of the Basilica, and they placed themselves in and among the surrounding spires around the primary road of Silver Central Avenue, which created the route we were using to travel.
Leros began to report. Ah, they ambushed you there? Lazarus asked, but she shook her head.
Not as such, Holiness. They did not confront us directly until after the slaughter was completed.
The commissar corrected again. Then how? Lazarus began to ask.
It was the spires themselves. The witches found a way to drop and direct their descents. They dropped the city on us, Holiness. By the time we understood the nature of the attack, the spires were already falling on us, and we were trapped by the organization of our own columns. We lost a lot of tanks and a lot of good people before we even saw a single Jedi.
Jane Leros explained.
But you had a hero come to save the day.
Lazarus was taken aback by that. He had been under the impression that he and his had gotten the worst of the fighting. It looked like he had several assumptions to correct on that matter. I see. How on Terra did you make it out of there with so many people? He asked, but again, she shook her head.
Not so many, Holiness. Figures are hard to collect right now, but I reckon only about 30% of our main force managed to escape the spire attack. The Jedi plot was largely a resounding success. And then they fell on us directly. Only Jedi, no toy soldiers. Their force was comprised of thousands of psychers, all armed with power swords, all trained for what they proceeded to do to us.
The saint breathed in deeply, knowing that a similar fate was gathering outside of the basilica, priming itself to fall upon them just as ravenously. A whole army of thousands of psychers, and this time, they would not be alone. How was the Imperium supposed to stand against that kind of enemy? So how did you escape? Did the Jedi let you flee? He asked, and she scoffed lightly in response.
We would all be dead, or the prisoners of the Jedi, had they been fully successful. No, Holiness. They showed us no mercy. Many acknowledged my coordination and quick actions afterward as factors in our survival, but the truth of the matter is that we were saved by the same man who stopped the spires from falling on all of us, who spent himself and his life saving everyone he could before it was too late.
Jane admitted, letting the words hang in the air before lifting the skull and making every eye squint as she did. The luminous skull was not so bright as she held it clutched in her hand, yet looking directly at it prompted the same response from everyone, each Imperial feeling a sudden pressure meeting their minds. To Lazarus, it felt like wind being blown right into his face, right up against his eyes, though there was no billowing movement, no sign of force or physical presence. The skull itself was odder than he had thought upon first spotting her holding it. In the center of its forehead was a patch of bone which seemed to have been smoothed and calcified into the semblance of a quartz crystal, and from it streaked veins of the same material, creating a languid, wavy starburst of clear gemstone which spread its tendrils across the breadth of the bone it had grown into.
What is that?
Canoness Leandra growled.
Uh-oh.
Her hand falling to the pommel of her sword, which she still wore around her waist in a tertiary holster she had gotten for herself. The commissar turned to look at her at the words, apprehension tightening her expression somewhat.
This is Saint Gaxian Krell, Holy Sister. He was a Chimera Psyker under the command of Commissar Terrandor. It was he who sacrificed his life holding of the spires.
A Psyker? As Psyker as a saint? Blasphemy.
My squad and I tried to save him, but by the time we had him in our custody, it was already dissolving. What I hold here is all that remains of Krell. But, as you can feel, what remains is much more than just his skull.
Jane Leros explained as she held the item up before Lazarus.
He was a witch.
Leandra snarled.
And this feels like heresy. He was...
It feels or it is heresy. You have to be very clear on this, Leandra. You can't say it feels. You have to state regulations, you have to state laws, you have to state procedure that identifies this as heresy. You can't just say it feels. Not you, sister.
Not anointed. You have no right to call him a saint.
The canoness added angrily, and Jane's face scrunched in response, but her discipline did not break.
I mean, Gaxian now is like the Emperor. Because the Emperor is also just a pile of bones sitting on the golden throne. And here's Gaxian, also just a pile of bones. But his presence is still tied to that skull. Just like the Emperor, his presence is still tied to his bones. Yeah.
With respect to the Holy Sister, he died speaking the Emperor's words. He saved us all multiple times. First, by standing against an army of true witches and apostates, holding back their schemes and victory, and then countless more times in the battle that followed.
The Commissar explained. Elaborate. Ordered Lazarus, and she nodded.
What you are feeling now, the Jedi can feel it as well, but several hundreds of times more powerfully.
She added, now lowering the skull and resuming her rigid posture.
I can fully and personally attest to seeing this man kill at least 22 Jedi, even after his death. Without his Aegis, who would never have made it back to Central Command, who would not have been able to drive the Jedi away, I would never have been promoted, and we would never have been able to reach you and drive the Republic back.
The Commissar stated sharply. Leandra gave a sour expression and seemed to be about to protest the words further, but Jane continued to speak.
If Gaxian Crow is a heretic, then heresy has saved this basilica and all the faithful within it.
Hey, okay, yeah, alright, but don't ever say that again.
I do not believe that to be the case, so I cannot agree that Gaxian Crow is a heretic.
Oh, okay, yeah.
He went above his duty, and because of it, we can all stand here and debate his sainthood at all. If not for him, we would be kneeling on the ground in the face of Republic blasters, or being thrown as corpses from the sides of the city.
She concluded.
Good. I like what you said there, Jane Lee Ross, definitely. Commissar Jane Lee Ross. Or Commissar Colonel Jane Lee Ross. Yes. Good.
Leandra did not look pleased, barely placated in fact, but she did not object or speak quickly enough to stop Lazarus from speaking first. Well said, Commissar. I'll not turn away any ally right now. Not when we are being ground beneath the Republic's pale heel. Not when we need all the help we can get. He said, but the severe look Leandra threw his way had him suddenly sweating.
She must be like...
The last thing he needed was an internal conflict, and so he thought quickly. However, he added a moment later, perhaps it is best if we turn Gaxian's remains over to the Sisterhood for now. Maybe he is merely a great hero of the Imperium. Or maybe I am not the only saint to be found on this planet. Whatever the case may be, I believe the brides of the Emperor are the most qualified to determine what is the Emperor's will. Are we agreed? He offered to the two women, who even then seemed to glare at one another, Leandra's scowl being the most open of the two. Neither seemed entirely pleased by his words, but they also seemed less likely now to suddenly begin fighting amongst themselves, and with a stiff nod, Jane Lee Ross held out the skull to the sister, who hesitantly reached out and took it. After a brief moment's consideration, the canoness left the room with the head of Gaxian Krell in hand.
I like your leadership style, Saint Lazarus, really. Conflict resolution is very important, and what you've done here is very, very good. You haven't chosen sides. You have noticed or recognized the achievements of your subordinates, and you've given them that praise. And you're also making sure that there's a middle ground where both sides can work together. I like it. I like your conflict resolution style here. Keep it up.
Saying nothing more about her intentions as she left. Jane seemed stressed by the entire series of actions, but Lazarus waved at her to calm down. Have faith, Commissar Colonel. All will be well. He assured her, and after a breath's span of stillness, she seemed to relent with a slightly less stiff nod of her chin.
Now you did well, Jane Lee Ross, Commissar Jane Lee Ross. You did well. You defended Gaxian the best way you could, and Saint Lazarus recognizes that. That's good.
Of course, Holiness.
She affirmed. Good, good. Well, now that we are acquainted, let me offer a word of thanks before we move on to the planning of this defense, said Lazarus, reaching down with his remaining arm to grip the side of the bed to keep himself steady. I thank you, Commissar Colonel Jane Lee Ross. Without your intervention, I doubt I or the Canoness would still be in any position to debate anything. And I extend the same thanks to you, Tempestor Prime Cinder. You saved my life at the Battle of the Bloody Bridges. I did not get the opportunity to thank you before, so let me do so now. Without you, I'd be less than a smear 100 miles below the Basilica. Lazarus offered to them, gesturing towards the, till now, silent leader of the Calambian Thunderbirds. The tall man nodded once, almost robotically. Doing my duty, nothing more, were his succinct words, and after another pause to see if he would add any more, Lazarus nodded somewhat awkwardly and coughed. All right. Well, if anyone has any ideas as to how we can stave off the Republic's next assault, I'm all ears, he said sheepishly.
We do not,
said a rasp from the darkest corner of the room.
Finally you speak, Samuel.
The others turned to regard the deep, raspy voice, and, to Lazarus's deep surprise, it was coming from the man he thought dead.
Sam, don't!
The woman at his side began to say, but he shook his head at her before she could finish, straightening a little, but not rising.
Duty calls, heck. Not my place to be silent when decisions are being made,
he said.
And who are you? How did you even manage to be allowed in here?
Asked Commissar Leros, and in response the man gave her a tombstone smile.
My name is Samuel Weiler, Inquisitor of the Zektek Triumvirate.
The large man claimed, reaching into his coat and shakily withdrawing something on a chain. An inquisitorial rosette.
His badge of office.
Aloysius Cinder went down to one knee right away, his helmet authenticating the validity of the rosette in seconds, and Commissar Leros snapped a new salute his way, her posture stiffening. Lazarus could not but marvel, wondering what he should do in his state.
Stay calm, stay calm. You are part of this group now. Don't be afraid. Don't be overwhelmed. Don't be overwhelmed. Just stay calm. Just know your limit as Saint Lazarus and understand that, you can only go so far. You need to consult with everybody else before you proceed with a plan or with an action, and make sure that you are all on the same page. That's all you got to do. That's all you got to do. Don't be scared. Don't be worried. Don't be overly zealous with your office as a saint. Just be respectable around your colleagues. And so far, he's doing well. So far, Saint Lazarus is doing very well. Very, very well. Most people who are ignorant and who are arrogant in their positions of power, they look down upon others, or they are completely oblivious of the type of responsibility or experience other people contribute to a meeting, a brainstorming meeting. So far, Lazarus is not one of those types of people. Yeah, you're doing a good job.
But before he could make any gesture, the man waved their postures away with his free hand.
Rise, relax. We stand on the cusp of defeat, so there's little time for the pleasantries of ceremony,
he said, forcing the words out through a paling face, clearly not holding up from his injuries very well.
I'll break it down easy for everyone. The Basilica is lost. The planet is lost. We need to organize some way to evacuate. I doubt more and more that the self-proclaimed War Master ever intended to hold this place properly when he set forces down here. Thought at first that perhaps he was playing some grander strategy. And And maybe he is. But if so, it involves the sacrifice of our position here. And
Which War Master are you talking about?
potentially all of our personnel to whatever that cause is.
The Inquisitor began to explain. Lazarus felt a fire and tightness spike through his chest and guts. He grit his teeth tightly, barely holding himself back from an outburst as the words sank in. "That's unacceptable," he said into the pause. "Lord Vakarion can't just toss us away like that. It's... Lazarus began to sputter.
It's borderline heretical.
The Inquisitor said, nodding his head.
Trust me.
Lord Vakarion. And he's the War Master. I don't know if I remember anyone of that name. Lord Vakarion. Is he in Astartes? Or Astra Militarum?
Sane, Lazarus. I know. I have no intention of dying here, and letting everyone here die with me. Besides, whatever he wishes to achieve, it clearly involves replacing a good amount of our own loyalist special forces.
But clearly, Samuel Wyler doesn't know that Tar Wyler is the one who's initiating this plan of wiping out all of the forces on Axum. Or maybe Tar Wyler is in cahoots with this Lord Vakarion.
The intentional loss of Kriegers, Calambians, and Cadians, to say nothing of the rest stationed on this planet.
The huge man explained, shaking his head with a trembling sigh.
The only purpose I can deduce for that madness being committed intentionally is to clear the upper echelons to make room for something else.
Yeah, clearly people did not like the Canoness Superior, Ishtara. They didn't like her. They wanted her gone as soon as possible because, you know, she is a woman of integrity. She is respectable. She has the ear of the faithful. And she, you know, has a lot of influence and a lot of power within her order and beyond, you know. And probably there's other individuals who are also stationed on Axum who are very influential, very powerful, but also very pragmatic in their way of thinking. And these are the types of people that Tar Wyler does not want. He wants people who are yes men and yes women. And probably Lord Vakarion is the same, so that they can continue on with their ambitions of conquering the galaxy. Maybe people like Ishtar, Canoness Superior Ishtar, are those who would have, you know, maybe, I don't know, maybe they might have negotiated some sort of peace with the Galactic Republic. But clearly, people like her, those who have a pragmatic thought process, those who are thinking of things in a very logical stance, are considered to be a threat to this new political game that's being played within the Imperium of Man forces in the galaxy, in the Star Wars galaxy. So yeah, they had to be removed as soon as possible. And as Tar Wyler has stated that, you know, this would galvanize the rest of the Imperium of Man forces to keep fighting. Once they find out what has happened to Axum, they would want revenge for those who were lost on that planet.
Likely to make room for forces that are more loyal to him than to other principles of the Imperium.
Yep.
He finished. Lazarus could barely countenance what the Inquisitor was proposing. Lord Tyrannus Makarion II, the Lord General that Davik Thune had chosen to lead the Guard, who had followed them into the galaxy, was a highly respected tactical genius.
So he's a human being, he's not an Astartes. Okay.
How could he choose to do all of this? To abandon his own forces on a doomed posting just to clear the board?
That is
Outrageous, Inquisitor! If this is true, if he really chose to do this, then I'll... Lazarus began to growl, but a raised hand from the large wounded man halted the Imperial Saint.
You will do your duty and no more,
ordered the voice of the Emperor, eyes intense despite the agony clearly reflected there.
You will leave the rest to the Inquisition. If there is justice to be had, it shall be rendered by us, not by you, not by the Ecclesiarchy. Am I understood, Saint Lazarus?
The Inquisitor asserted, forcing a resigned nod from Lazarus, who reminded himself to clamp down on his opinion.
Yeah.
This man was no ecclesiarch or Lord General. He was a full-blown Inquisitor, and clearly the various elevations that Lazarus had been subject to in the last 24 hours meant next to nothing to the likes of him. The large man's face relaxed visibly, or at least as much as he could manage to relax it, given the massive wound in his chest.
You know, St. Lazarus, you're lucky that you are working with Samuel Weiler and not Tar Weiler. Because Tar Weiler was going to throw you, or he's just going to kill you. What saint? What saint are you? To him, what saint are you? You're nothing. You're nothing. He would have thrown you out. If it was any other Inquisitor, probably also it would not be a very cordial and conducive meeting. It might have been different. The Inquisitor might try to manipulate you, or he might just ignore you. He or she might just ignore you and your position as a saint. But it's Samuel Weiler, and Samuel Weiler, he seems like a very respectable Inquisitor. He really does. He seems like someone who's very dependable. And you are lucky that you are in, or should I say, that you're assisted by such a very loyal Imperium of Man Inquisitor who values the people within the Imperium of Man, unlike Tar Weiler, who just sees us as debris that can be thrown out and replaced. Yeah.
Good. Good. If we all understand each other, that brings me to the good news. Any second now.
Samael began to explain, blood flecking his lips as he did. In that moment, the doors opened once more, but it was not Sister Leandra alone who re-entered. Behind her, two enormous forms, not large enough to be ogrins, but far too large to be mere men, stepped inside the austere chamber.
The Angels of Death.
The whir of mechanical servos and the smell of holy anointing oils followed them inside, eye lenses glowing, enormous bodies striding forward with a surety that proclaimed victory. Lazarus felt his eyes widen, and he suddenly wondered what he should do, even more so now than with the Inquisitor. Sure, he was now some kind of saint, but did not even saints bow before angels? They spoke before he could decide.
You do not need to concern yourself with the defense of this place any longer. We are evacuating you and every other citizen of the Imperium from this basilica,
said the transhuman warrior to her right, a tall and ornate space marine lord. The Inquisitor sighed and laid back, and the other marine opposite the one who had spoken turned his head towards Samael right away. The armor of the first marine was like a walking shrine, amethyst in color, but caked in silver and gold finery.
Wow, must be like high level within the chapter.
His rank, his accomplishments, and those of his chapter were written thickly over every inch of his ceramite-encased body. Lazarus felt his breath nearly being sucked out of his lungs as a realization struck him. This angel of death was a captain. And not just any Astartes captain. He was clearly the first captain of the chapter.
Whoa.
His pedigree proclaimed by the sigils on his pauldron. He was a leader and lord of the first company of his brothers, necessarily a living legend of war, a master of death, even among the Emperor's own angels.
The saint saw that the other two had made to kneel, both the Commissar and the Tempestor Prime lowering themselves to the floor as the massive men entered, and Lazarus haphazardly went to do the same, kept from falling over by the supportive hand of Leandra as she came to stand beside him and steady his posture. But she did not kneel, and did not permit him to either.
I mean, yeah, she... the Sisters of Battle, you know, they don't really respect or recognize Angels of Death because they are mutants.
Merely bowing her head in acknowledgement as she held the saint in place.
We are honored to receive you, and the Emperor's aid now in our darkest hour,
she said, speaking for both of them. Lazarus could not...
I like the soundtrack.
Not but nod and keep a brave face as the other, the warrior who was not a captain, moved past the first. He was dressed in white-powered armor,
Apothecary,
and strode forward to loom over the Inquisitor, examining the slumped man with red lenses and reaching out. The woman beside him tensed, but a thick fist wrapped around her forearm and stopped her from moving.
Relax, Heck. I need them to get me fixed up,
the Inquisitor assured as he held her back.
You are Samael Weiler,
the white-clad Marine said, not truly asking, though the wounded man nodded his head weakly.
You are badly injured. You will need a heart transplant. What is your chapter of origin?
The apothecary asked as he gently punched forward with his extensive medical gauntlet, pointed probes entering the Inquisitor's chest and feeding information directly back into the brain of the Marine.
No. Get me an augmentative replacement, Skywatch variant.
You know what? This is reminding me that I should continue on with my campaign in Dawn of War. What was it? Dark Crusade. Yes, the DLC, Dark Crusade. It's reminding me that I need to get back into my campaign. I'm stuck. I've been stuck in that campaign for some time. I don't know when am I going to play that game again, but yeah, this soundtrack is reminding me that I need to get back to it.
Transplants won't...
Samael Weiler began to explain.
Understood. The flesh is weak. I shall have a replacement of steel ready in a number of minutes. What else do you need?
The Marine said, cutting him off.
Right. Clots in my chest. Organs are not doing well. Sifting a lot of burnt blood. 2 ribs are severed near my spine. Need to brace them.
The Inquisitor continued to report, the Marine tending to him, nodding and priming several chemical treatments. Meanwhile, the first Marine approached Lazarus, his shadow falling over the Imperial Saint, eye lenses bright in the dim light.
I have been informed that you are Saint Lazarus. Is that correct?
The super soldier rumbled from on high. The former sergeant could barely find his voice to answer with. He had seen Space Marines before, during the evacuations of Zektek, but this man, and even the apothecary, were taller than what he was used to seeing, standing almost a foot or more higher than the Marines of the Skywatch had. Yes, I am he. The Saint managed to get past his throat, to which the transhuman nodded.
Your new augmentations will arrive soon and be connected. Once they are, you will come with me. By the time you are ready, the first of the evacuation ships will be launching back to our fortress monastery, which is holding position in orbit as we speak. The rest of the command staff shall follow shortly after.
The Space Marine of the Tempered Hands dictated.
The Tempered Hands. Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry. What did I call them before? The Iron Hands, right? Yeah, I was mistaken about that. I'm so sorry, guys. Alright.
His voice was thunder, his gaze a raw pressure, his every movement an elegant impossibility. And yet, Lazarus found the strength to shake his head in denial of the Astartes' edict. I cannot go, he said, almost coughing the words out which prompted a curious tilt from the Space Marine's head.
Why not?
Was the simple question he received in return. Lazarus shook his head again and took a deep breath, steadying himself and firming his resolve. The Republic is about to launch another assault. They are closing in around the Basilica even now, and I won't fail in the mission given to me, the Imperial Saint clarified.
And what mission is that?
Asked the captain. To save as many as I can, was Lazarus' stalwart response, filling the words with all the conviction he had left in his body.
But you know what? You guys don't have time for any of this. The virus bomb is descending to the surface. I'm not sure how the Canonist Superior is going to stop it, but you guys are just out of time. You're out of time.
I won't flee while my men still fight. The Emperor did not give me back my life so that I could hold it above those of my soldiers. In the words of the Canoness, I was given back not my life, but my death. And I would be failing that if I did not risk that death doing as she commanded me, as the Emperor commanded me, he explained forcefully. The Marine leaned back and seemed to consider the words. Lazarus felt like he might be crushed under his scrutinizing gaze, but after a moment or so, the enormous man nodded his helmed head, neither judging nor lauding the words.
Then who shall go first?
The Marine asked.
You are in command of the Basilica, yes?
The Astartes continued, and after a pause, Lazarus formed an answer, even as he began sweating beyond the demands of the room's temperature. I am. And it is my will that the wounded be taken first, beginning with the most critically injured. Command staff or not, everyone else will be needed to fight off the next assault, Lazarus found himself saying. The Marine made an odd, mechanical grating sound that suddenly had Lazarus feeling a flush in his face. The transhuman warrior was laughing, or at least chuckling at him.
Why?
Do you find my cause amusing? Do you think the wounded any less worthy of rescue? The Saint snapped, single fist clenching, but the Astartes shook his head.
We will do as you say. The wounded shall go first,
affirmed the super soldier.
But none of your men will be required to drive off the Republic's next assault,
said the first captain. Lazarus blinked at that. How quickly was this evacuation going to be? There was no way to corral them all into gunships and leave the surface of the planet before the Republic's next attack.
Maybe they're gonna teleport you guys away.
Lazarus was sure of it. What do you mean? I realize the first company of any Space Marine chapter is formidable. I've heard the legends, and I've seen the work of squads of Marines, even if from afar. But you will take losses. Your numbers will be dwarfed by what the Republic is gathering outside even now. The former sergeant tried to explain, but the enormous warrior merely shook his head.
The first company has not arrived to help you,
said the captain of the first company, leaving Lazarus even more confused than before, until the super soldier clarified himself further.
The entire chapter has ridden to your aid, and the Arch Imbalancer is addressing the defense of your Basilica personally. There will be no losses.
The Arch Imbalancer. I think I remember that name. Yes, I think I remember that name. Wasn't the Arch Imbalancer in a meeting with Admiral Roller? Yeah, I think so.
No angels shall fall before we are finished. The only one of us whom they will even be able to target will be the master of our chapter, and he is already dead. And rest assured, Saint Lazarus, no matter how hard the Republic
He's already dead? Okay.
may try, they cannot kill death.
The Arch Imbalancer is already dead. Alright. Oh, AFanWithTooMuchTime. Alright, so you're gonna talk. Let's hear.
Hey there, fellow fans. Fan with too much time here, wishing you all a happy Mother's Day, and hoping you're enjoying this latest episode of Star Wars vs. Warhammer 40K, The Lords of Catastrophe.
He's saying it just the way I'm saying it. That's good. That's good. That's good.
This series has been a lot of fun to make, though it has not been easy. And I can honestly tell you I would not have made it this far if not for the constant moral support given to me by my fellow fans, who quite literally help lift me up as I feel heavy under all the work that needs to get done to make sure that I reach the end and finish. However, I should inform you that I also do live another life as my own creator of my own original works and comic books in particular. And towards that end, I have been doing quite a lot recently in promoting the steps I need to take in order to finally become an independent creator in the way I've always dreamed that I could be. For you see, fellow fans, it is truly my greatest dream to one day stand as a truly independent content creator, producing novels, comic books, and all other kinds of creative media for people to consume, learn from, and escape into. But it's a scary time for creatives, with AI devices like ChatGPT essentially providing free, functional writing at...
I stress with that functional writing. I mean, you can still see that this is fake coming from ChatGPT, you know. There's just no human touch to it. So I think you guys are still very much secure, you know, those who are writers. I think you guys are still very much secure because really AI tools like ChatGPT, they really cannot give you excellent, enjoyable stories. Yeah. But I understand his worry.
Zero overhead cost, it's begun making the landscape a little more hostile than I had imagined it would be. But as long as there are good fans out there who will not accept a lower quality product and mindless corporate efficiency over stories and narratives created by minds not so dissimilar to your own, then I have faith, true faith, that I can eventually reach this dream before Judgment Day rolls around. And that was what I wanted to talk to you about today. A few months ago, I introduced many of you to the first major creative work made between me and my brother. The world of the Red Hunt, with Red Hunt issue number 1. At that time, thanks in large part to your support here from this channel, me and my brother actually did manage to gather up enough funds to continue and begin production of Red Hunt issue number 2, further expanding upon the world of Red Rune, as well as everything around him, from the various mysteries that are invested within this alternate universe rendition of the United States, to all of the various monsters that inhabit it, and the monster hunters who must risk their lives to place some barrier between them and civilization itself. But today, I come to introduce you to a new world, one of high fantasy, of powerful sorcery, of combating cultures, and distinct magic. Please allow me to formally introduce you to the world of Song and Stone. This project is my
Song and Stone. Alright.
pride and joy. And it is my hopes that with help from you, I'll be able to kick it off as not just a single issue, but an entire expansive narrative. To that end, I have made this, the first issue of Song and Stone, free to anyone who would like to view it on my website at thenightlibrary.net. You can find a link to it down below in the description of this video. It has been a distinct privilege to watch as this story that I've had for so long and I've been building up for such an amount of my life being converted into a format that you can enjoy. But just as with the Red Hunt,
There is much more to this story than can be told in a single issue, and so I am eager to begin really producing and getting to work on issue number 2. And so I have launched a Kickstarter to help me fund and gather up the resources I will need to continue with this awesome work. If successful, if I can continue, then I will come one step closer to finally being able to support myself through my greatest passion, which is, of course, storytelling in various kinds of mediums. It's a dream that both me and my brother are constantly striving towards and constantly looking to achieve. Something that we can only do with your help. Now, thanks to my comment section, I know that there are a fair amount of you who've been asking how you can give me back a little or reward me for all the work I've put into Star Wars versus Warhammer 40K and all the other free series I feature on my channel. If this is a genuine desire that you have, then I have a genuine way that you can help me that would be purely and completely amazing. Please look in the description down below, in the description of this very video, and check out the Kickstarter. If you like, please go ahead and read the comic. Judge its worth for yourself. If you see something that you think is worth investing in, please do. With that support, I have true faith and belief that one day me and my brother will accomplish our dream. We'll create various stories and multiple narratives, things that people can enjoy, can escape into, maybe even learn from. It is my pleasure to serve. But to serve, I need a little bit of help. So please, consider reading the comic. Consider looking at the Kickstarter. And if you think it's worth it, consider donating. It means the world to me. Thank you so much for giving me some of your time. And without further ado, I return you to the next episode of Star Wars versus Warhammer 40K, The Lords of Catastrophe. Please enjoy.
Those who can support, keep supporting. Truly, keep supporting. I think he's doing a good job there. And those who want to support, by all means, do so. Yeah. I want AFanWithTooMuchTime to be so famous that, you know, I make a reaction video of his success. You know, I'm saying that I was there. I was watching his content on my YouTube channel. You know, I was watching Star Wars versus Warhammer 40K. I was also, you know, watching many of his other contents that he's produced. I want to be there on my YouTube channel and say that, yes, I know him. I don't know him personally, but I know him. I know him. Yes. Jedi Master. Oppo. Okay. Isn't that a cell phone company name? Oppo? Or is it Apple? Oh. Anyways.
Jedi Master Oppo Rancisis narrowed his reptilian eyes, the wind blasting against his face and tossing his tangled beard as he hung outside of his command LAAT gunship. Alongside his own vessel were many, many others, various converging troop transports of airborne design which filled the air around them with the warbling buzz of repulsor lift engines. The designated spires where the enemy had touched down were just ahead, spikes on the skyline growing rapidly closer, and his keen senses were already tracking the nimble giants of the Imperium as they moved about atop them. Oppo had 4 arms and a serpentine body, his tail wrapped around 3 safety restraints within the gunship to enable him to protrude safely from the cabin, the wind whipping around his body and billowing his robes. His lower right hand rubbed subconsciously against the lightsaber wounds in his chest, the near-mortal injuries only recently healed that he had suffered through at the hands of the fallen Jedi Sora Bulk. His compatriots had assumed him dead.
What, did Sora Bulk turn to the dark side?
And he very nearly had died, though a potent force trance and subsequent back-to-tank treatments had saved his life. Phantoms of his brush with becoming one with the Force hovered close at hand as he shut his outer eyes and opened his inner ones. With the summoning of his training and discipline, the Jedi Master and Tactician initiated a state of comprehensive battle meditation and connected his mind with subtle skill to the minds of all of his clones. Not only that,
Whoa, so something like a hive mind? Interesting.
but Master Rancisis stretched out his perceptions, casting them like nets over the locations occupied by those mysterious space marines. They appear to be setting up equipment and deploying tanks, of all things. The spires were no meager distance from the Basilica, and the Jedi Master was left more than a little perplexed as to what it was they intended to do with them. Boxy, armored machines had been released onto every one of the handful of tower tops they now occupied, along with scores of supposed Imperial super soldiers. Were they creating a space to retreat into? Were these big metal boxes some kind of artillery, like the ATTEs, SPHAs, or the AV7s?
What if it's holding Imperial Knights? Or a Titan? Oh.
He did not know enough about them to be sure, and the emotions he read from the deployed Space Marines were muted at best, to the point where Rancisis began to wonder if they were not, in truth, droids. The Serpentine Jedi reached up with one of his hands and tapped against the communicator bead on the side of his head.
Captain Fordo, I do not trust this approach. Before we fall into their proper firing range, I want you to send out some LAT LEs to scout and assess their anti-air capabilities. Probe their defenses with a preemptive strafe,
He directed.
At your order, General.
Was the veteran clone's communicated response. Oppo then watched on through the force and minds of the assigned clones and pilots as their nimble, city-oriented variant gunships sped ahead of the rest of their airborne force. He was pleased to see that Captain Fordo had split the probing force into 4 separate swarms of craft. 2 groups to enter combat from above, and 2 to enter from below. The actual damage these ships did was negligible. But there were few gunships fielded by the Republic which were more maneuverable amongst the densely packed cityscapes of places like Axum and Coruscant than the smaller, agile LE variants. Rancisis hoped this would increase their ability to evade enemy fire and survive the probing of their defenses, his mind focusing more completely upon the run as they closed in on their targets. Right away, Rancisis felt his hopes falter as the above gunships were engaged first. Contrary to what he had suspected, a fair amount of the square tanks deployed by the Imperium were anti-air armaments. Something revealed in hideous fashion as their top-mounted turrets lifted and fired. They spilled hundreds of thousands of thick, almost head-sized rounds of solid ammunition into the sky, the superheated streams of steel moving far faster than blaster rounds ever had a chance to be.
Yeah, that's a bolt round. Or it's a mass accelerator cannon round. I'm not entirely sure, but yeah, it will be devastating.
And moving into both separate groups of skyward flyers that the Republic had deployed. Right away, Oppo's mind went to work, connecting brains, lending instincts to the gunners and the pilots alike as he sought to help them avoid the hazardous cascade of shells that came hurtling towards them. But he quickly realized that it was for naught, as Master Rancisis came to understand that it was not the volume of the shots they fired that made these platforms deadly, it was their aim. To call them unerring would be an understatement, the rain of shredding bullets not only tracking each gunship with near perfection, but also anticipating their most likely veers of escape, and filling those spaces with death as well.
Damn.
It took less than 9 seconds for all of the gunships that had approached from above to become little more than shredded balls of fire and metal, spinning out and colliding into the surrounding cityscape, or they did not simply detonate in the air. Rancisis felt every single loss, every snuffed mind, and every terrified, doomed thought from the troopers who had survived the initial volley, only to die in the following collisions.
Whew. I mean, doesn't that affect you mentally? You experiencing the emotions of these clone troopers, just the moment they're about to die. I don't know, I think that would affect you emotionally as well, to the point where you might not be able to focus on the task at hand.
But he would not let those lives be in vain, for they had revealed something vital and something he would not soon forget. Approaching as they had to land troops directly onto the rooftops that the Astartes now occupied was blatant suicide. Now he turned his focus on the lower two groups who evaded the anti-air fire of the tanks, becoming the attention of the Space Marines who manned the rims of the towers. This time, the gunships were able to come into effective range of their own weapons, opening up their strafing runs with volleys from their missile launchers and laser cannon turrets.
So there's not going to be any Imperial Knights or Titans being brought to the field. Yeah, okay. It's just these mechanized units belonging to the Tempered Hands. Okay.
Rancisis sent them all the premonition that, even as they passed their attack runs, they needed to stay below the line of the enemy's anti-air defenses, but it was a warning most would not need to hear. The Space Marines along the edges of the spire opened fire at the exact same moment, most wielding slug throwers which issued forth highly explosive rounds, with a few bringing to bear rapidly dispensing cannons that were not unlike those wielded by the tanks, and even several man-portable air defense systems in the forms of missile and rocket launchers. All of these weapons had devastating effects on the gunships, ripping not only the vessels to pieces in startlingly short order, but even tearing the missiles fired at them from the sky with coordinated flurries of fire which matched the accuracy of the tanks. The Jedi Master realized then that the reports of these Space Marines, how heavily armed they were, and how proficient they had shown themselves to be in battle, was no overstatement.
Yeah, it is accurate.
If anything, their prowess had been understated. Not one of the probing craft made it back, even with Rancisis lending them his power and battle meditation. Their firing lines were too tight, their weapons too effective, the Republic's options for approach being far, far too limited. The Jedi Master looked to the sky, thinking to call in a limited bombardment from the reinforcing Star Destroyers, but one glance was all he needed to know that this tactic would be just as costly and nearly as likely to fail. Hovering above them all, the high-orbit airspace of the battle was being actively contended and currently dominated by the behemoth vessels of the Space Marines. Tens of Venators were attempting to surround the comparatively few vessels, but second by second, they were being blown out of the sky. If anything, they needed aid before all of their ship support was spent throwing itself against them.
Captain, I want you to send back an order to Field Command. Tell them to deploy the SPHAs and have them begin reinforcing the Venators in orbit with all the firepower they can. We need to destroy or force away those Imperial capital ships,
ordered Oppo.
Aye, sir. And what about the approach?
Asked the captain.
We are veering down. I am dismissing the notion of a direct assault. Instead, we will safely deploy several levels lower into the spires but outside of their weapons range. We will move our forces up through the tower's levels, and once we come within a certain distance, we will deploy obscurification smoke to isolate their effective reach. Then we will begin fighting our way up towards them, level by level.
It sounds complicated and exhausting. And by the time you reach to the surface, I don't think... But... You know what? There is no time for this. There is no time for this. The virus bomb is descending. But anyways, yeah, do what you want to do.
Once we have enough of their defenses distracted by our forces, I will call in air support to harry them as we push them back.
The legendary Jedi explained.
Right, dispersing the orders now, sir.
Affirmed the clone captain, calming the rest of their large battle group, with Oppo feeling the shift in their direction right away. He knew that Master Coleman wanted fast results, but he would have to settle for the smoke they would soon deploy to block the enemy's ability to aim at the Basilica grounds from here. Rancisis had overseen impossible battles and objectives before, and it was never desperation or the press to rush that availed them victory.
But I'm afraid this time you will have to rush.
Only careful consideration and preservation of forces yielded long-lasting results, and he would win this battle in the same way he had won the siege of Salukami. With serenity, discipline, and faith in the Force, he would cleave through the red chaos of war and match his wits against the battle acumen of the Space Marines.
The Force is not telling you what's really happening right now, at this very moment. The Force is not telling you anything.
And he would prevail, if the Force willed it.
Well...
Coleman Kcaj watched from his gunship, observing with his underslung eyes as the towers in the distance were gradually crowned with tall plumes of shimmering black smoke. Each rising column emanated from the windows far below their tops, near the center portions of the spires rising in blooming pillars which obscured all that lay above them. The alien Jedi General snorted in mild disapproval, but reined in his emotions. While he had been hoping that Oppo's forces would have been able to engage the Imperials in a more direct and immediate contest, he also knew well enough not to doubt Master Rancisis or his choice in tactics. The Jedi Master gave a final, reluctant grunt and looked down into his own battlefield. He hovered above it inside of his command LAAT, Commander Neo still at his side. He and his forces would wait no longer. After all, the vast army below him had already done as he had ordered them to do. The entire Imperial perimeter around their temple was now secured. Repulsor tanks, walkers, and juggernauts stood or hovered in rings around their final fortification, ready to scramble, fire, and bombard at his command. Standing between and around Coleman's...
And you guys don't think that this is a trap? You don't think that they've just easily allowed you guys just to come to such a close proximity with the Basilica? You don't think that's a problem? Okay, Coleman, you do what you do.
Armored support was nearly an entire legion of eager clone troopers, various ranks and subtypes standing proud and at the ready. Flying above the assembled warriors of the Republic were all of the various gunships which had carried them here. Gunships where the majority of their fellow Jedi Knights lingered, watching over the entire scene like divine scions, ready to act. At his nod, the command was given, and most of the Force-empowered warriors descended down, taking direct command of the breaching squads and shock troops. Those brave clones who would be the first into the cracks and access points of the religious fortress which loomed before them. The whole place was locked up tight, every shutter closed, the internal landing bays sealed, even the pillboxes and turret emplacements having been boarded up with bands of folding metal. But none of those barriers would remain in place for long. This Kcaj knew well. He was moments, mere moments from ordering the first penetrative salvos when something utterly unexpected occurred. Something that had Coleman's alien eyes swiveling and bobbing on the ends of their low stalks. The front gates of the Basilica began to screech, the enormous figures carved into them swinging open to lend passage not to the Legion outside, but to some force from within.
Prepare for them.
Coleman ordered down to all his forces through his communications bead. The sounds of thousands of blaster rifles and orienting laser cannons being angled towards the doors filled the air densely. The clones giving a resounding shout as captains gave their orders and sergeants ensured they were carried out. But where Coleman expected a suicidal charge of hundreds or even thousands of desperate Imperials, he once more found his predictions subverted. Only a single figure emerged from the depths of the Basilica,
Is it the first captain?
Massive in size and bulk. For what that figure lacked in companions, it clearly made up for with enormous size, armor, and armament. What Master Kcaj could only assume to be some kind of massive droid began to stomp its way out of the Basilica, clanking and thumping.
Okay, I think it's a... Yeah, I think it's a dreadnought, right? Yeah, I think it's a dreadnought. Okay. Ooh.
Its movements were, at once, rigid in fashion, yet somehow bearing an odd, subtle smoothness.
an intention within the details of its forward march that Kcaj was unused to seeing in any, save perhaps the likes of General Grievous and the ruinous bounty hunter known as Dirge. Its armor was purple in color and covered in Imperial livery and words of various kinds. Its shape was almost box-like, despite the relative nimbleness with which it was moving, but by far its most notable features were those found at its center and those which composed its chosen weapon. In one of its enormous, gauntlet-like hands, the machine was carrying an absolutely colossal blade. The sword was easily taller than the being wielding it was, lines of sparking lightning and power coursing up and down the length of the weapon.
A dreadnought with a power sword? That's crazy. I don't think I've ever heard of something like that. I've never heard of anything like that.
And in the center of its boxy body was what appeared to be a coffin.
Yeah, sarcophagus.
Engraved with a human skeleton at rest, arms crossed over its chest. This strange sarcophagus ended in what appeared for all the world to be a skull-like helmet, which tilted and turned to regard the army as it emerged. Naturally, Coleman had only a few moments to observe the lumbering machine before the clones and tanks opened fire upon it, taking aim and dispensing death as soon as the Imperial droid exited the building. Thousands of rifles began pouring a rain of blazing blue into its resilient hull, and green bolts and beams began to find it as laser cannons and composite lasers were primed and readied. The machine warrior stood against it for only a handful of seconds, most of the prayer scrolls which were mounted across its body burning up, its Imperial feet only managing to stagger and stumble partway down the stairs leading up to the entrance before the entire construct was forced down to its knees. The droid-like walker kneeled into the shadow of its weapon, hull blazing as it slammed the blade of its enormous sword into the stone beneath it.
It's just on its knees after all of that firepower. Oh, you guys are in trouble. You guys are in trouble. It's just on its knees. Oh.
An act the Jedi thought symbolized their victory over it.
Be for real, guys. Be for real. Okay?
Belief which was dispelled less than a second later. As soon as the war machine did this, Coleman was forced to shield his sensitive eyes, closing them and turning away as the walker exploded into a radiant corona of energy. Or at least, it seemed to explode, though more and more, Master Kcaj was doubting that this had actually occurred. Fire continued to be poured against it, rockets and mass drivers being thrown into the volley, and yet, soon, the brilliance being released from the target had intensified so much that Kcaj could not block it out even with his eyelids closed and his eyes covering over his stalks. Within only a few moments, no one could stand to look at the source of light long enough to aim their weapons at it without going blind.
Hold your fire! Hold your fire!
Kcaj yelled into his comms device, and shortly after, his orders were followed, the now largely inaccurate shots dying down rapidly, clones and Jedi groaning and covering their faces. And yet, when Kcaj's eyes began to recover, he was shocked to see that the bipedal Imperial machine was still intact. Kneeling where it had stopped, a shimmering shell of energy slowly dimming around its body.
It's a shield. Okay, so what? A void shield?
Even after the shield had vanished, the mechanical warrior did not rise, did not attack, and did not make any overt movement. Master Coleman Kcaj found himself puzzled, his irregular eyes regaining their clarity faster than those of his human clones and several of his Jedi fellows. What was the nature of this droid warrior? Was it meant as some kind of emissary? Someone the Imperials had sent to surrender? Or was it truly just another pointlessly aggressive weapon?
Keep your guard up. Order our forces to return fire into it the moment it seems hostile, or I give the command. And take me down there. I need to be the one to confront it.
Ordered Master Coleman.
You'll probably be the first to die.
General, I hardly think that's...
Commander Neo began to say.
That is an order, Commander Neo. Execute.
The Jedi Master asserted. The clone hesitated for a moment, but then nodded reluctantly and went further into the cabin to contact the pilot. In moments, the LAAT gunship was hovering over the scene, and Coleman Kcaj was jumping off, landing closest to the odd machine, rising with a flourish and activating his green lightsaber. The Jedi Master approached and was about to speak when, suddenly, it spoke instead, blaring out a sentence in Galactic Basic through several loudspeakers built into its bulky hull.
Are you lord among these witches and false men?
The walker asked in a deep, resonating voice. Coleman's eyes swiveled somewhat, but he nodded his head, slowly approaching the kneeling dreadnought.
I am commanding officer here, yes,
said the alien, sweeping his saber out probingly, squinting as his blade touched across the invisible shield. His sword of light's glowing tip revealed its boundary, the Aegis illuminating once more with a bright white phosphorus shine. He could see the plasma cycling in his blade being absorbed rapidly, his saber shrinking momentarily, bobbing against the touch of the shield as the fifth form of matter which composed it was drained out and then replenished by his own kyber crystal.
And what precisely are you? An emissary? A droid?
Coleman asked in return, taking a step back and watching as the radiance retreated once more. He could hear it now. A high-pitched buzz, potentially beyond what humans could pick up, yet this close he could not help but notice it. The shield was converting matter, even plasma, which made contact with it into raw light, and though Coleman Kcaj was never a deeply technological Jedi, he had to appreciate the strangeness of this method of shielding technology.
Yeah, I also don't get it. Is it void shielding or is it a different type of shielding? Exactly. I'm not entirely sure. But yeah, it seems to be very effective.
I am Sabastian Vondrel.
Of the Archon Balancer. Okay, alright. Archon Balancer is the name of the what is it? The Dreadnought. That's the name of the Dreadnought. Yeah. Because I remember Sabastian Vondrel. He was in a meeting with Admiral Roller. Definitely. Yeah. Okay, wait, let me just write down his name here again. Vondrel.
Arch-Imbalancer of the Tempered Hands chapter of the Emperor's Angels of Death.
Okay, either it's the name of his dreadnought suit or it's the title given to the leader of the Tempered Hands. Yeah. Okay.
Responded the large,
like Chapter Master, but they call him the Arch-Imbalancer.
Mechanized man, its skull-faced helmet tilting ever so slightly to track Coleman as the Jedi Master began to pace back and forth in front of the machine.
And while I am now composed of more iron than meager flesh, I remain, as I have always been, a human man and an Adeptus Astartes. I am no machine. I am empowered by them.
It rumbled. This had Coleman blinking in renewed surprise, pausing his pacing as he observed Sabastian with new understanding. He also could not help but notice the damage upon the carapace of the evidently entombed warrior, or rather, the lack thereof. The blaster fire, even before the shield had been raised, had done next to nothing, failing to scorch anything other than the prayer scrolls which clung to the Space Marine's hull.
The dreadnought must be made out of automite armor. Yikes.
The heavier laser cannons had managed to leave shallow impact craters in several places, which still smoked and glowed dully with residual heat. A continued bombardment of those weapons would have worn it down in a few seconds, and had succeeded in shoving the mech around. Yet it seemed that the shield had been raised before too much effectual damage could actually be inflicted, and the missiles and mass drivers of the clones had been entirely warded off by the technology within the Space Marine's iron body. It was an impressive display, but not one which would enable this warrior to challenge the forces arrayed before him, and if the Imperial dared to rise from his kneeling position, Coleman knew he would not last more than 15 seconds at best.
You are a Space Marine. You're larger than I'd imagined, and you're far more outnumbered.
Kcaj stated, waving his free hand back over the assembled army.
I assume you've come to surrender.
The Jedi Master concluded.
Surrender? Really?
Incorrect.
The Space Marine announced at once. Kcaj took a step back, the machine's joints beginning to rumble.
I am an angel of death, and I have not come to surrender.
Spoke the ancient warrior.
Then why have you come?
Yelled Kcaj, the men all around him re-centering their weapons to the best of their ability, many still blinking spots out of their eyes.
I have come to destroy you.
Oh gosh. Surrender. Really, Jedi Master Coleman. Really? Surrender? No. It's too late for that. It's way too late for that. And it was never gonna happen anyways. It was never gonna happen.
They have deployed some kind of smoke. It is black and shimmery, and it is blocking our auto senses and direct targeting augury arrays.
Reported Force Commander Belarus Harfan. The Force Commander stood amongst the many busy serfs of the chapter as they moved the munition, prepared and manned tanks and turrets, and continued arming the melta charges. All of his battle brothers, the recently enhanced Marines of the Tempered Hands chapter, were armed and out, ready to repel another attack with extreme prejudice. Before him was
enhanced? So what, are they primaries? Space Marines?
The only Marine not holding a gun, the captain of the 9th Company, Disporus Taltan.
Then they are trying to obscure our vision of the Basilica. Is the New Spirit connection we have with Sabastian compromised?
Asked the captain, himself seated in a deployed command nodule, wires and cables linking thickly into his head, the powerful machinery around him extending various sensor probes and rotating dishes into the air, which bobbed and waved of their own accord.
No, Captain. It seems that their countermeasure is not sufficient to sever that link, especially not with the Wing of Iron directly overhead. The Republic is moving its forces rapidly up towards us, however. I estimate a 98.2% chance of engaging them in less than 7 minutes.
Said Belarus.
Very good. All is progressing according to the predictions of the Temperance Engine and the Arch Imbalancer.
Was the 9th Captain's response.
Keep an eye on their activities to the best of your ability and lead the counterattack on them once their initial assault has begun. Fall back and allow them to occupy zones 7 through 9.
What is the Temperate Engine? What is that? Is that like some sort of artificial construct?
Get as many that close as you can, but do not allow them to penetrate zones 6 and under. I will continue to coordinate firing solutions with the Imbalancer. Current estimates dictate a 74.8% chance that his battle will begin at the same time as our own. I intend to have closed the margins of death by an additional 12.9% effectiveness by then.
The venerable Space Marine ordered.
As you will it, 9th Captain. We will not fail in our precision. We will prove our worth to the chapter.
Announced the Force Commander, slamming his hammer-bearing fist against his chest before turning and rallying his command squad, leading them personally down to where their battle was soon to begin. The 9th Captain nodded, a trickle of amusement sliding through the circuits and neurons of his augmented brain. He had been one of the most vocal when it came to questioning the statistical wisdom of embracing the gifts of the Lord Commander of the Imperium so readily. But these new Marines, while lacking in some doctrine, made up for it with zeal and a burning desire to become equal amongst their existing battle brothers of the chapter. In his mind, he could see these new Primaris Marines developing splendidly, and his own transformed body was adapting rapidly to his old augmentations. The Jedi had faced the wrath of the Firstborn and had been found wanting. Now they would be confronted by the keen tactics of the newly elevated Tempered Hands, and Captain Desporus had little doubt they would be found wanting once more. He was fast coming to accept that none could withstand the might of the Rubicon. None could survive it, save those who had crossed it. However, he pushed those thoughts aside for now, and focused on his own task. His mind was relayed up into the Wing of Iron, and then through the Temperance Engine itself, before being sent back down to the planet below, connecting directly with the mind of his de facto chapter master. Already he was receiving the indirect targeting solutions he would need to be effective in spite of the countermeasure that the Republic was throwing against them. Desporus did not need to voice any further commands, did not need to give any orders out loud at all. The honored chapter serfs of his armored company received their instructions through the implants within their brains, the same ones that enabled them to connect to their vaunted war machines.
So they don't have to, vox chat, they don't have to activate a radio and talk to each other. They already have an implantation that has a communication system or network that connects all the Tempered Hands together.
The whirlwinds began to turn their heads, empowered men standing beside them, ready to rapidly reload the tanks with their specialized munitions, which stood in tall stacks only an arm's reach away. They had enough power to level the entire basilica and everything around it 9 times over. With precision, the 9th captain of the Tempered Hands corrected the turreted heads, moving them ever so slightly, personally programming each warhead with its destined coordinates. They were the storm of iron. They were the hail of fire. And he was the eye of the storm, staring down, ready to strike.
And that's why I asked myself about the clone troops and the Jedi led by Jedi Master Coleman, Kcaj. Are you guys sure you want to be so close to the Basilica? Don't you feel like this is a trap? They're allowing you to come this close. They are allowing you to prepare yourselves. It's a trap. It's a trap. But hey, the Force is with them, right?
Sebastian's mind was a maze of history, theory, flesh, and iron. It was a cage in which he trapped all factors and bent them to his will by the strength of pure, bladed logic. Simultaneous calculations ran between the canyons of his intact gray matter like cold water, his augmentations sieving away all fallacy with the unrelenting nature of the will that was born within him. His dual-phase shield, a relic of the heresy, had drained almost 1/6 of the power reserves provided by his immensely strong plasmic reactors. This would have constituted a serious problem if he intended to be within prolonged combat. But that was not the case this time, and he gladly took the loss of power as more than sufficient sacrifice for what he was about to do. He eyed the Jedi alien who strutted before him through his multi-spectrum Auspex arrays that now served as his eyes. He powered his joints and servos, those portions of his new, enhanced body whirring and moaning as they were brought fully online in preparation for what he was sure would be an inevitability.
And how do you expect to destroy me?
Asked the Witch Lord, green skin rippling with colors that were not truly visible, but rather representations of temperature changes.
With bolter and blade in hand, Jedi Master.
The thing was chastened by Sebastian's threat, but bold enough to challenge it. This amused the human parts of the Space Marine, but for his iron mind, it was no more than pointless bluster. The Arch Imbalancer did not engage in bluffs or idle taunts.
I will call the whirlwind, and it will sweep you all away.
He answered simply, voice rumbling in the air.
In the spirit of preservation, I will make you one offer, Witch Knight. Retreat from this place. Leave it be. If you do, then you will live. If you do not, then you will be destroyed.
Why would you allow the enemy to retreat? I don't get it. I mean, I don't think he's gonna take it, but why give him that option exactly?
Said Sebastian, extending Guilliman's mercy through his ultimatum. But he only offered it so openly because he knew it would be denied, and so it was. The alien knight did not even seem to pause to consider it, shaking his odd, upside-down skull and clicking in his throat.
We are the Jedi. We do not fear the wind nor the storm. We do not shirk from the lead of the Republic. Surrender to us, and we will ensure you are treated fairly. Before being brought to trial and made to answer for the crimes you have committed against this planet. Consider this your one offer, Space Marine. Take it, or you'll become one with the Force.
The Jedi Master threatened back.
You will, Jedi.
Pronounced the old warrior, some bemusement leaking into his robotic tone.
We will not surrender.
The witch snapped back rapidly, almost angrily. The dreadnought's head turned from side to side in a denial.
No, witch. You will not surrender. You will learn to fear the storm. My storm. My whirlwinds.
The Arch Imbalancer clarified. Sebastian had timed his spoken words with the information being streamed through his mind by the powerful Noospheric connection he was linked into. The Jedi's alien, stalk eyes widening for a moment as he sensed the danger, but failed to grasp its nature. He raised his blade wardingly toward Sebastian, expecting the strike to come from him, only for the first volley from the whirlwind artillery tanks to fall, all at once in perfect synchronicity around them. The initial attack was nowhere near Vondrel himself, a heavy layer of armor-piercing explosive rockets falling in a ring around the outermost line of the Republic's assembled encirclement.
They're saving you the best for last. Coleman, they are saving you best for last. You will be the last one to die as you watch your clones die and your Jedi die.
Chaos began its reign then, as massive explosions and flames began to geyser out from the heaviest surrounding vehicles, each and every single missile precisely aimed and guided down into the backs of the Republic's heavy armor. Red mushroom clouds expanded up from where the armor was too thick to penetrate, but far more terrible were the effective missiles, venting the same kind of devastation into the interiors of tens of tanks. The titanic juggernauts fielded by the Republic absorbed the damage admirably, but even they, with their shielding and specialized armors, could not withstand such a densely packed attack. Their roofs rupturing and exploding in cascading, glorious fashion. Wheels detonated and melted, turrets were blown off of armored shells, and command centers were eviscerated and filled with purifying flames. Death rained down on the clones for nearly 5 entire seconds, missile after missile cramming itself into the hollowed husks of the behemoth tanks, and ripping legged vehicles apart, creating a wall of burning, melting wrecks which surrounded the assembled force in steel-eating pyres of Alpha Primus grade promethium. Focus was
and now you guys can't retreat. You can't retreat.
Dragged out and away from the kneeling Arch Imbalancer, shockwaves from the blasts rippling across the mass of white soldiers and hovering tanks like disturbances in water. Over half the clones and Jedi assembled were thrown from their feet,
several of their lighter vehicles being blown away end over end into their masses, crushing any unfortunates enough to not have the force to aid their escape. The army was rocked, deafened, and shocked by the hell wrought within the prolonged cacophony, the first of many. So shocked were they, Replicae and Witch Knights both, that they failed to maintain their focus on Sabastian. A lethal error in their discipline, but one which was understandable, even predicted, as the Dreadnought now demonstrated brutally. He rose, double-layered shield dissolving as he did, his servos heated, his body prepared for the exertions to come. This new form of his, this brutalis pattern Dreadnought, was a marvel. Never before had Sabastian felt so powerful, not even in his former body of steel. The venerable encasement of his former Dreadnought had been powerful, durable, but slow, ancient. Sluggish to respond to his thoughts, movements always failing to capture even half of the grace he had wielded in life. This was different. The neural links that now synced him with the war machine his body had become sank deep, deep into his mind, providing a reactivity and fearsome dexterity that harkened him back to his time before his first death. He gloried in it, made full use of it, even though he knew that this very link, the same technology that would enable the impossible, was also a poison. Each wire, each newly crafted Mechanicus fiber, was a dangerous river of corrosion which would, in time, erode him into nothing.
Really? Oh, okay. So it's like what? The nails, the butcher's nails that afflict the world eaters. It's something similar to that. Huh.
That was why he constrained himself, why he had descended from the heavier weapons of his recent past to the pure simplicity of his blade. Sabastian Vondrel swept his sword horizontally. The Jedi Master he had been conversing with only now turning back to see the strike coming. Impressively, the comparatively tiny warrior caught the Arch-Imbalancer's Siegebreaker Warblade with his own green sword. And even more impressively, the weapon held its integrity against his own. Yet, the same could not be said for the feat of the warrior behind it, as
oh no.
The Jedi Witch Lord was batted away tens of meters into the air and back into the mass of his army. Clones began to return fire on him, but he barely gave them an opportunity to sight their shots, charging down into them, offhand batting away a missile fired in his direction.
Batting away a missile? Man, how flexible is this dreadnought suit that he's wearing? That's crazy.
As his chest-mounted dual storm bolters began their assault, ripping into the infantry who stood before them. They were raked with hundreds of exploding rounds, fired at a rate which turned them into white-clad gore and clouds of blood before the Arch-Imbalancer himself was among them. He swept his enormous relic blade through their lines like a reaper, utterly annihilating most who were caught in his path with the oversized power field his warblade was wreathed within, atomizing the bodies of any clones in his way and most Jedi. Those witches who survived did so by evasion, or by blocking his enormous weapon with their own, shoving other soldiers aside with their warp abilities to make way as they skidded over the ground. One of the Knights of Jedi leapt up, twirling in the air before landing on the flat of Sebastian's sword, running up it and towards him. In response, the Master of the Tempered Hand...
Shouldn't the power sword, be disintegrating this Jedi's feet or his shoes? I mean, the power sword is still active, right?
And flared his power sword's field, transforming the warrior into screaming ashes.
I was wondering.
Not even pausing to consider the act as the Space Marine swept his blade through the blackened cloud that was once the Jedi.
That is crazy. Oh, you guys have learned well. You've learned that lesson very well. Don't do something like that.
His stride never broke as he continued his attack, bolters blitzing with fire and rage, mechanical legs defiantly lithe against his bulk as he passed the sword through even more Republic soldiers. The clone forces and even some of the tanks began to focus their attacks against him, but now that he was in close, among the crowd as it were, they were forced to temper their volleys, unable to simply assail him as they had, without destroying all the men around Sabastian.
It's like, what was his name again? Was it Mordor? From the first Lord of the Rings movie. When, you know, what's his name? Mordor. I forgot his name right now. Oh my gosh. The guy who created the One Ring. You know, how it come close to the Elven and human forces, and then he would start whacking them with his, what is it? Oh gosh, was it a battle axe? I forgot the type of weapon he was using. But you guys, you know the scene I'm talking about, okay? You know it. If you've watched Lord of the Rings, the first movie, you know the scene I'm talking about. Yes. What the Arch Imbalancer is doing here is just reminding me of that part of the movie of Lord of the Rings, the Fellowship of the Ring. Yeah. What he's doing here is just reminding me of that moment where he would come up close to all these clone troops and to the Jedi, and you just start killing them up close and personal. Oh my gosh. Up close and personal. And it's just taking me back to that movie.
All the while, the Arch Imbalancer was being updated as to what would happen next, thanks to the linked mind of his ninth captain. Sebastian's massive body spun and crouched, avoiding two whistling blasts from mass driver cannons which slammed into the basilica walls behind him, reaping the lives of another squadron of Replicate with the same movement. He then leapt forward, running into and not away from the speeding form of a hovering tank, its turret spinning to face him and firing point blank into the Arch Imbalancer's iron body. But Sebastian had grasped the lip of the tank with his offhand, easily lifting the light vehicle up, the shots sailing over him as they were fired, the body of the tank now used as a makeshift shield. Deflectors and hull bursting and buckling as two other volleys from laser cannons and missiles collided into it. He then lifted the smoking wreck even higher, composite lasers from gunships high above strafing over it, slicing chunks out of the wreckage before the Dreadnought Lord contemptuously tossed what was left of the war machine aside, flipping it back onto the faces of the clones who had fired missiles at him. The masses of Replicate and Jedi around him were shocked, and in those few bare faces, the old Astartes could see the recognizable signs of transhuman terror blossoming like fell roses across each expression.
And there's nowhere for you guys to run to.
He knew what they must be thinking, what thoughts were sweltering their minds and making so many hesitate. How could anything as large as him move like that? How could a construct of steel and ceramite that stood in excess of 13 feet tall bob and dodge and wield a sword as he was doing? He took a grim satisfaction in that. Yes, let them marvel, let them fear, let them suffer the glory of the Lord Commander's designs and the wrath of his greater father ever behind them all. He became their will, incarnate in ceramite and iron, rounding on the enemy without ever breaking his stride or showing any mercy. And he was not alone. The gunships of the Republic began to hover over him, crowding him like loitering vultures. The tempered hands did not suffer such things, however, and soon the second volley fell from the air, exploding well above the battle and scattering fist-sized balls of ceramite at sonic speeds. The sudden, sky-filling attack struck the gunships like birdshot fired into a dense pack of Cessian pigeons.
Yeah.
The Republic craft jerking, wings breaking, engine shattering, missile stores detonating. They descended, spinning like burning fallen angels, crashing into the soldiers and tanks beneath them. One such gunship twisted in the air, free-falling into the Arch Imbalancer's direction,
only to be punched from the sky with his free, mauled fist, smashed into 3 burning pieces as the dreadnought continued his grisly work and found himself locked in a duel with the Jedi all around him. They were growing accustomed now, and he admired how so many of them shunted off the fear and the chaos all around them, minds honed onto the task of defeating him. Had they been contending with a mere Redemptor, a casual warrior encased in Brutalis armoring and machinery, then they may have succeeded.
Why don't they just use the Force? All of them combining their, presence or their energy with the Force and just press down on the Arch Imbalancer. Use your telekinesis abilities. Is it telekinesis? Yes. And just press him down, crush him down with the Force. Guys, you guys are Jedi. What are you doing? What are you doing? Be creative with the Force. I think I've said this before in a previous episode, that the Jedi are not really being creative with the abilities that they have. They're just not inspiring when it comes to using the Force. The Sith are able to use Force lightning. Why don't you do something with the Force? Of course, it's not going to really kill, but, use it to your advantage in this moment. There's so many of you. Combine your effort to crush the Arch Imbalancer. Come on.
But as they began to surround him, outmaneuver him, carve into him, they found their burning blades halted and brought up short. Their swift strikes did a fine job of shearing away his ceramite skin wherever they attacked, but failed to bite into the refined adamantium skeleton which hid within. For Sabastian was the venerable first among equals who ruled the Tempered Hands, and his war gear was a reflection of his status. His neurons surged with the power of command, scorching him with ecstatic control as he spun, his torso rotating unnaturally to throw them off, and catching 2 with the arc of his blade as he did, crushing a 3rd in his free hand, crumpling the body of the Jedi like a bloody pile of twigs.
My gosh. And then probably he spins it and then the body parts start flying around.
However, as he ended his spin, he planted his blade into the ground, shield flaring to life and blinding the Jedi Knights and clones who struck at him. One unwise warrior leapt into the field itself, unable to avert his path before
Where are you going?
it was too late. He fell into the conversion layer of the dual-phase shield, and the effect was blinding and instantaneous. He screamed in desperate pain, body pulled apart as the matter which composed his airborne form was converted into bright, shimmering light.
Kind of reminds me of that torture device in Star Trek. What did they call it? The torture chamber of some sort? I forgot what they called it. It's kind of taking me back to that Star Trek torture device from the alternate Star Trek, or should I say Federation universe. Oh my gosh. You know what? Never mind. I'm going to be sitting here for a very long time trying to remember things from a different TV show. But if you know what I'm talking about, then you know what I'm talking about, okay? Yeah.
He fell to the ground, only half a man now, ignored by his comrades as the Jedi sought to surround Sabastian anew, waiting for his defense to fall once more. But before it did, something else fell instead. The 3rd volley. A combination of more armor-piercing rockets and promethium-spewing munitions. The former slammed into the legged tank.
And these are all projectile weapons. Guys, use the Force. Stop them in mid-air if you can. Or create some sort of Force barrier. I don't know. Be creative with the Force. Forget it.
Of the Republic, seeking to mop up those which remained in direct challenge to the Arch Imbalancer. while the latter detonated overhead and rained literal, unquenchable fire upon the army beneath them. Jedi and clones began to scream, began to burn, and then die en masse. Half of them started to attempt a retreat, evidently realizing the trap they had fallen into.
There is no retreat. There's no retreat. There's no retreat, guys. This is where you die. The Force is with you.
And the kill zone that was wearing them down moment by moment. But those wiser warriors would find themselves impaired, even entrapped, as they struggled to cross the flaming ring of molten super heavy tanks which encircled the entire battlefield. And aside from that, Sabastian was not done with them yet. Not by a long shot.
Man, this guy is enjoying himself.
More gunships flew in, attempting to pull their soldiers out or to strafe the Arch-Imbalancer as he lifted himself once more. But these Republic vessels were intercepted by vast wings of Thunderhawks and support ships, the very same who would soon be landing all around the Basilica to effect the sorely needed evacuation. Twin-linked heavy bolters, las cannons, and worse were unleashed, ripping through the paltry armor of the Republic air support, downing even more of them as Sabastian resumed his titanic sword dance. It was not...
Imagine, on the battlefield it's bloody, in the air it's just raining debris, and he's just walking. He's just walking and killing as many of these clones as possible, and the Jedi as well. Oh man, he must be having the time of his life. Yes, you know, he's slowly losing his mind as he uses this suit, but it's worth it.
Long after that, when the confused floundering and fighting of the Replicate became an all-out rout, the men either realizing individually or informed through their comms that the battle was a useless one. Even if they killed Sabastian, this would not end. This would not stop. He was but a fearsome lure, with their true enemies being too far behind to actually reach. But that did not hold back the Dreadnought's vengeful blade, chasing down Jedi and clones, ruining them, cleaving them, tearing the witches and their slaves asunder. More volleys fell, more tanks exploded, more of the Republic died with each successive whirlwind strike. He allowed them no quarter or escape from the quagmire he had created, bounding between groups of fleeing survivors, expending his storm bolters and blackening the blood of countless false men.
Wait, where's Coleman? I didn't hear anything about Coleman. Or maybe I did and I just forgot, or I didn't listen carefully to what AFanWithTooMuchTime was saying. But I haven't heard anything from Coleman. Where is he? He gave you a chance to retreat and you said no. We're here to fight. Okay, let's fight.
5 minutes after the battle had begun, it was over.
This has been 5 minutes? That's crazy. I thought maybe like 30 minutes, Nyana, or something like that. You know, just 30 minutes. 32 minutes. It's just been 5. Oh, this is funny.
And the Arch-Imbalancer found himself lulling in the fight, no foes remaining alive and near enough to challenge him. Already the Thunderhawks and transport ships were seeking to land all around the Basilica, Space Marines hopping down from them to start clearing landing zones, and Tech Marines of his chapter approaching from several directions to begin examining the damage, which coated his smoking, glowing carapace. He made to start pursuing what survivors he could still detect, the battlefield around him an absolute ruin of fire, craters, and stacked bodies. But before he could take more than 9 steps, he received a new communication, though this time not from his 9th captain.
This is Sabastian.
He droned as he accepted the new Noospheric connection.
Honored Elder, Arch-Imbalancer, this is First Captain Heldris Torv, and I bear grave news. A virus bomb has been deployed within the Basilica, the one housed within the Chapel of Salvation. It is currently descending to the lower levels of the planet.
Came the report, sounding from within his very skull.
What is the time to detonation?
was Sebastian's immediate follow-up question.
Under 9 minutes, sir. The soldiers delivering the report claim that the Canoness Superior threw herself after it, and they seem confident that she will stop it somehow. However,
the disembodied voice of the first captain continued to say,
that is not assurance enough. Prepare for immediate evacuation. We will be able to withdraw only the first wave. Have them ready, Captain Eldris. We leave as soon as it is possible, and we shall not be able to return.
Wow. Wow. The tempered hands, guys. The arch imbalancer himself, Sabastian Vondrel. Oh? He was ruthless. He was ruthless. He was efficient, along with the tempered hands as well. They decimated the Jedi and the clone troops, definitely. Ooh. He was cooking. Aayla Secura. Oh yeah, you are fighting against Aayla, right? With the other Jedi who were imprisoned by Aayla and I forgot his name. I forgot his name. The guy with no eyelids. I'm sorry. What's his name? I forgot his name. He has no eyelids. It's just like this the whole time. I forgot his name. Oh, but yeah, you know, AFanWithTooMuchTime, he will say his name right here. But okay, let's continue. How could you do that, Aayla?
This was madness, and with a sinking grimness, the Jedi Master realized that she and her comrades were the only thing that stood against it. Her Jedi blood burned, thousands of years of war echoing inside of her, telling her but one thing. Here had stood Master Zalo. Here had stood Master Farfalla. Here had stood Master Vodo Siosk Bas. And
let me guess, they're dead.
here now stood Master Aayla Secura, perhaps not facing down a true Sith, but something that was in many ways even worse, representing within black, cruel eyes the very heart of darkness. His power bit into the netherworld itself, his metaphorical teeth sharp enough to make the very Force shudder and withdraw. She herself felt a tremor run through her, panting, sweat slicking her densely as she stood over the burning body of Jedi Master Hishro Kcaj. Black flames devouring his flesh, biting through his body, forcing howls of rasping pain from his lips, his eyes looking at her, begging for release.
Put out the fire. What are you guys doing? Stop looking at your fellow Jedi and just put out the fire. You know, pat them with your hands or get water, something.
Begging for mercy. Yet there was only one mercy Aayla could give him, now that the fire had him, and he knew it too, and begged in agonized, wordless screams for it. His face was aflame, his tongue devoured already, his every breath pulling the dark fires deeper into his body.
Okay, maybe with this Jedi it's too late. Yeah. Ooh.
Aayla felt tears wet her eyes, but her face was hard as she swung down and cut the head off of the Master, his decapitation ending the fires almost instantly. Eyes stinging, she looked up and centered her sight on the diabolical force they were attempting to contend with. The Jedi had been throwing themselves at him, trying to wear Tarweiler down, attacking him with force, saber, and skill in equal measure. But he danced around them, bent time and space with mere flickers of his thoughts. One moment behind them, the next above. He struck with his bare hands, each blow as weighty as a falling star, his black blade no longer required, if it ever had been at all. And yet, those warriors he slapped to pieces were among the luckiest, their ends coming quickly, and with far less pain than that of the others.
You mean the ones who burned to death? Oh.
Every technique, every strategy, every lightsaber form, everything the Jedi could use against him spattered against his unnatural agility and ability to warp reality like rain upon a powered deflector shield. And even at the height of their assault, it was evident that Tarweiler was no more than toying with them. He struck right and left, Tarsis Khan crying out as he was slapped across the chest, his voice cut short as his force shield buckled and he was sent spinning, broken into the wall. Weiler kicked right, his foot sinking into the face of Master Jesora Taub like it might have through whipped cream.
Man, why is this sounding like Invincible now? You know, it sounded like something that I would be watching in Invincible. Oh gosh.
Destroying her mid-strike, his leg following through to stomp onto the ground. Gore spattering from him and leaving him unnaturally clean as his free hand caught the saber and threw it directly at Aayla's chest. She was several meters away at this point, but even then, she barely had the reflexes in her to catch the speeding blade, snatching it out of the air with a spin and grasping it by its handle. The glowing bar of light seared her shoulder, but nothing else, and she harnessed that pain and enacted her retribution. The Jedi Master screamed in rage, her dispassion dispelled, finishing her spin and hurtling the saber back, throwing it like a spinning glaive which sliced the air back in his direction. But as with so much that had already occurred, it was for naught, the Inquisitor rolling his midnight eyes, causing the yellow saber to veer off his path. And
he rolled his eyes like, oh wow, okay.
To the right with a casual ease which could not but invoke despair in her. But the saber was caught again, yanked from the air by Master Quinlan Voss.
Aha, Quinlan Voss, yes, thank you. AFanWithTooMuchTime. Yeah, he's the one with no eyelids. Oh gosh. I don't know, I wouldn't be able to fight him if I was Tarweiler, you know. Because he has no eyelids. So his eyes are just like this the whole time, and he's like, you know, with his eyes open. I don't know, I wouldn't be able to fight him. I would be laughing too much. I would be laughing too much.
Who spun with it, green blade held in his primary hand as he re-engaged the Inquisitor. Lidless eyes red and fiery with a need for vengeance. Her former master challenged the tall, monstrous man directly, standing before the fell face of the enemy, several more Jedi coming to his aid. The Inquisitor bobbed and weaved, his form buzzing, blurring, shifting in the air impossibly as the insane Imperial laughed and laughed.
Man, you guys need backup from your clone troops. You guys need it. Clearly Jedi are just not enough to corner Tarweiler. This is not enough.
Ducked another of Quinlan's twin strikes, and as he came up again, his hands lit ablaze with that horrific black fire, an arc of it issuing from his fingers and palms, and colliding with the three Jedi who were upon him. Voss drew in his power, almost puppeting his own body with the Force alone, as he assumed a Vapad stance, and spun his blades, catching the flames and hurtling them around his body with great effort. The other two Jedi had no such countermeasures, the waves of dark flame catching them and burning through them, leaving them screaming and half intact onto the ground. Quinlan stepped over and around them as he continued his contest, speeding his strikes with renewed power. Master Voss was one of the most pragmatic and powerful fighters in the entire Jedi Order. This Aayla knew to be a fact, and yet their enemy made dodging her former master's attacks look trivial, almost effortless, sliding past Voss's green and yellow sabers like oil within water, swimming around a stirring spoon. Voss was reaching speeds and strengths he had never revealed to her before, even wounded as he was. He was doing as she was, she realized, seemingly feeding on his own pain, but it was not enough.
Come now, you must swing faster than that.
Man, I haven't heard your voice in a long time. Aayla.
I am barely moving. Come on, Jedi Knight. Faster! Dance faster! The creature called.
Man, it's so demoralizing when your opponent says, hey, you're slow. Come on. Get serious. It must be very demoralizing.
Weiler mocked as he weaved around another combination, backhanding Voss in the maneuver's crescendo. The black flames in the monster's palms wet out as he performed the strike, reigniting a moment later. The Jedi's head snapped around, but his force shield held strong against the hammering strike, whirling with the force of it to absorb the damage and coming right back at the enemy. The Inquisitor was making it clear that Quinlan was surviving the bout on nothing more than his humor, for all it took was a single lick of the flames to ensure an inescapable doom for any Jedi they touched.
I don't know, these black flames remind me of Naruto Shippuden, with the Amaterasu from the Mangekyo Sharingan. Yeah. If you guys don't know Naruto Shippuden, then I'm sorry, okay? I'm sorry. But if you watch Naruto Shippuden or you've watched it before, then you know what I'm talking about. Yeah.
All around the two dueling figures were scattered the smoldering, black fire-seared bodies of Aayla's order. Over 100 Jedi at least, while almost 200 more voiced howls and cries of pain, their bodies being consumed by the fires this fell creature had struck them with. The flames appeared to feed on the Force itself, becoming inextinguishable once they caught onto a Force wielder's body.
Definitely the Amaterasu. and you can't put out the fire with your hands or with water or with clothing, nothing. You can't even roll on the floor, nothing. You're just going to burn until you die. That's crazy.
Burning until their lives were expended. But once the Jedi died, the fires would falter before vanishing completely. The technique was an atrocious one, giving Aayla the sense that it was not only the bodies of its victims which were burned and consumed by these obsidian flames, but their very presence in the Force as well.
Wow. That's at the level of the Emperor, erasing people out from existence. I don't know what that ability is called, the one that he used against Horus, that he would, just erase him out of existence, and even in the warp. But it's something similar here with Aayla, what he's able to do with these black fire. Yeah, that's crazy. That's scary. The fact that he has something like that.
Quinlan bellowed, waves of concussive force blasting from him and driving the other Jedi back, though his opponent didn't feel them or react to them at all as bodies and sabers were sent sprawling in all directions. The contending Jedi was reeking with the dark side, his eyes blazing with increasing hatred. Aayla wished she could try to temper him, to pull him back from the shadowy edge he was skirting. But how could she ask him to die in such a horrific way in place of risking falling to the dark side?
You know what? Let's just do it. Let's just go into the dark side. Let's just do it. Although I was worried for Mace Windu going to the dark side, but yeah, against Aayla, all bets are off. Let's just do it. Let's just use whatever means necessary to defeat this guy. We'll deal with the aftermath later. Yeah.
No. She turned her mind to something more conducive, rescuing him from this suicidal duel before the Inquisitor tired of his own terrible game. But how? She looked around at the other Jedi nearby, the ones who were not burning, who yet remained to fight. How many of them could she rely on, when so much fear now festered in their eyes? No! She would not allow that to deter her. Instead, she used it to screen them. Who among them had more serenity or fury than fear? They would be her soldiers, the ones to help her rescue her master. But how? How? The idea struck her like a sudden inspiration. Jedi, to me, gather! She called out, the others of her order who could still answer coming to her location right away. Aayla scrutinized them, selecting from those who would suit her purposes before sharing her plan. It was not hard to convince the other Jedi.
Wait, how are you sharing your plan? Are you talking? Okay.
After all, they had tried everything else already. Plan in place, they broke apart into two teams, either running to the opposite sides and invoking the Force.
No, but I mean, like, if you guys are talking, you don't think Tarweiler's listening while he's fighting against Quinlan Vos? He's not really focused on fighting Quinlan Vos. But anyways, okay, good luck.
Aayla jumped from the ground and landed at an unnatural angle upon the wall, beginning to run across the side of the makeshift prison, shifting her inertia by her mastery within the metaphysical. The agile Twi'lek Jedi leapt past the doors and holes which impeded her, as though they were easily avoided pits, gaining speed all the while. To her left and right, other Jedi followed, blades burning, wounds born of their capture and imprisonment bleeding as they sped after her, eyes full of focus, rage, and the will to avenge themselves. She could feel it all within them without looking at those who followed after her, these sensations now very much a part of her plan. Across from her was another squad of Jedi, all doing much as she was on the other wall, converging on the black shape before them, the shadowy Inquisitor still engaged and fighting with her master. Out of all the Jedi who rushed to directly confront Tarweiler, Vos had been the only one to survive in prolonged combat. It would have been more impressive, yet, once more, the Inquisitor slapped the Jedi Master with the back of his other hand, laughing as Quinlan was staggered, the Jedi stumbling back before rebounding to attack once more. But the Imperial's callous arrogance would prove his ultimate undoing. She and the other Jedi raced to the flanks of the dueling warriors and leapt. Their minds were joined, the flanking knights all falling in and around the Inquisitor. Vos
the Jedi can talk to each other telepathically as well. Oh, okay. I thought maybe they can just feel intuitions and, the Force telepathically, but not really communicate with each other telepathically. Alright.
Sliding back in response to Ayla's telepathic warning. A warning she knew he would need, for this was no mere pincer attack. The ruthless knights and masters twisted and contorted their bodies as they closed in, thoughts in perfect sync with one another as they all performed mutual states of battle meditation, summoning it forth to whatever degree they could. Knowledge, a Jedi's first and most subtle weapon, wove between them like fine lotus threads, spinning together to create something far stronger and far more precise. Normally, only 4 or 5, perhaps 6 Jedi, if their size is permitted, could attack a single target with lightsabers at once without getting in each other's way. But now, 27 Jedi shut closed their trap around Tarweiler. Bodies and blades conjoining like puzzle pieces, spinning and lunging into an acrobatic display which formed a near-perfect sphere of bodies around their enemy.
Nice. Okay, let's see if this can work.
All holding sabers, all angled in.
Make sure one of the lightsabers target the head. You have to decapitate him. You have to decapitate him. Because it's pointless if you're just having all your lightsabers through the chest and you think you've killed him. No. You have to decapitate him.
The maneuver was perfect, inescapable, and Aayla felt a renewed sense of vicious vigor spill into her as she saw their attacks land home. 31 lightsaber blades pierced Tarweiler from every direction, his body suddenly riddled with bars of burning light. His mind had reached out in the last moments, expelling power to repel them, but like a tightly woven net, the conjoined Jedi had pulled upon each other as they attacked and overcame the exhalation of strength the Inquisitor had attempted to shield himself with.
Is this the end for you, Tarweiler? Is this the end? Well, your plan of destroying the planet is still going ahead until we see what the Canonist Superior can do. But, yeah, this might be the end for you.
His face was still trapped in a grin, but he was not laughing anymore, and the smile was a hollow thing. But then, the laugh resumed, yet not from the man before her. The man caught between them seemed to waver and then faded from existence, his empty smile vanishing to reveal something which stole Aayla's breath away.
So what, were you guys fighting an illusion this whole time? You guys were fighting an illusion. This whole time, he had you under a hypnosis type of warp technique. Genjutsu, essentially. If you guys watch Naruto, then you know what I'm talking about. Oh, wow.
She was stabbing into the Jedi across from her. In fact, most of them had impaled each other, skewering their fellow members in a crossfire she had been sure they had been careful to avoid. In panic, the Master Jedi tried to pull away, several others mimicking her, drawing their sabers out of their comrades, and sometimes pulling themselves off of the burning blades that they themselves had been struck with.
This is reminding me of Bleach. It's an anime called Bleach. Aizen Sosuke was fighting against the captains of the Soul Society. They thought, the captains thought that they defeated Aizen Sosuke, but in reality, they weren't fighting against Aizen Sosuke the whole time. They were fighting against one of the lieutenants of the captains of the Soul Society. She almost died because, all of the captains thought they were fighting against Aizen Sosuke. But, he had them under a hypnosis ability from his Zanbakuto, his Soul Reaper, his sword. So yeah, this is something similar here with Aayla. How he somehow tricked or influenced the minds of these Jedi, giving them this hypnotic vision of them thinking they're fighting against Aayla, when in actual truth, they were fighting themselves and stabbing themselves. Yeah.
Most collapsed in a pile where their enemies should have been, while others lasted longer, bearing the woundings long enough to step away before falling to their knees and curling over. Those spared the touch of a lightsaber numbered only 5, Aayla Secura among them. She felt her strength collapsing out of her, the air in her lungs stolen as she saw the body of the other Jedi she had impaled, likely onto dying. How did you? She began to gasp, her head turning almost limply to follow the incessant laughter.
He's an alpha psyker, Aayla Secura. Yeah, there was just no chance for any of you, it seems.
The Inquisitor was smugly leaning on a rail near to the stairs, eyeing them all with deep amusement, hands wreathed in black flames.
How? Oh dear. Don't you realize it yet? I knew what you would do, because you told me about it.
The Imperial said, his voice thick with superiority.
Wait, when you guys were discussing your plan of action against Aayla, like I said, guys, don't talk out loud. Or maybe, oh yeah, no, you guys are talking telepathically. Aayla.
The Jedi Master had no idea what he meant by that.
He read your mind. Aayla Secura. Your mental defenses are very weak. He's done this before multiple times, I think. Yeah. I guess you forgot.
Until, with a suddenness which threatened to throw her off her feet, she realized that her combat meditation was still linked to the mind of one other Jedi who had not lost their focus. No, not a Jedi at all. Tar Weiler's shark-toothed smile grew wider as he saw the epiphany strike her. The knowledge that he had infiltrated their combat trance from the get-go, slicing into her like a cruel carver's knife. You were never even there, she whispered.
Oh, no. What I did was more than a mere illusion. You fools do not even realize it yet, but I have been in your minds from the start of this pathetic little contest. Your barriers are so weak, I don't even need to break them for me to subvert your very thoughts. I can just slide inside like water seeping through cracks. You, your master Quinlan Voss, all of your dead and dying Jedi friends.
The Inquisitor gloated as he pushed off the railing and began to stalk forward.
Now, the game has grown tiresome. It is time, I think, to pack you up. Kneel. I'll make this part painless if you do not resist.
He purred past the dagger-like teeth which filled his grinning mouth.
If you guys are going to die, die now. Die now. Don't become a test subject for this monster. Don't. Die right now. Let him fight until you're consumed by the black fires or backhanded by him into the wall. Fight until you die. Or try to run away if you can. Hey, good luck.
Quinlan Voss trembled from head to toe, but his face showed no fear as he spat and lifted his blade, sword humming hungrily in the air. You will not take her, or any of us. I do not know why you came, or how you gained this power, but I will stop you, he declared, charging back in, blades spinning in a frenzy of flashing movements.
That's the spirit!
The Inquisitor mocked as he rushed in to meet Quinlan, moving in like a phantom, ducking around and avoiding the blades which chased him. Voss worked through another 6 strikes, but he could not even scorch Wyler's robe. Another strike, then an 8th, before Tar halted the 9th. The green blade swinging down to chop into his shoulder and through his torso, paused by an upraised, clawed hand, the space around it warped and distorted with purple and black coloration.
Still so slow! Still so weak!
The Inquisitor snarled as Voss pushed down with all his might.
Are you really this pathetic? Or do you simply not want it enough?
Tar Wyler scolded.
Man, not even Darkseid users talk like this to Jedi. Not even they talk to Jedi like this. Oh my gosh, this guy.
Pulsing the power in his hand and sending Voss skidding back a few feet.
Let me reveal to you.
Or should I say the Sith? Yeah, let me just say the Sith. They don't talk like this to Jedi. Telling them, hey, you're not doing enough. You don't want this enough. do it faster. Come on. Nothing. They don't say anything like that. Man.
You then, some of the reason behind the madness you think you are fighting.
The Inquisitor gloated, following after the Jedi he had pushed away, hands blazing black, whips of unnatural fire curling out from him and slapping across the ground. He raised his arms, lashing at Quinlan, who was forced once more to fall into painful vapad just to stand a chance. He deflected one whip, and then the other, rolling back from the strokes as the tongues of flames twisted around his blades, nearly licking him across the face and chest. Both sabers now held within these coils of unreal, void-like power. He was pulled taut and reeled in, closer and closer despite his resistance, attempting to keep his distance.
There will be no victory here, on this foul little planet. Every Imperial soldier will die. Every Space Marine sent down to its wretched surface will die. Every hero under the Empire who remains will die,
said the insane man, pulling Voss closer and closer. The Jedi grit his teeth at the words, an eternal glare dark over his every feature. That cannot be true! You are an Imperial! Why would you do that to your own people?
Because to him, they're not his own people. They're just tools. They're just a resource to be used and then to be cast aside once their purpose is done. He doesn't really... He sees us as cattle. He sees other human beings as cattle that he has to corral like a shepherd and, take them to the grazing land, and then bring them back to the kraal where they're to be kept, and then he'll pick out the ones he wants to slaughter. You know, that's what he is. He's a farmer. He's a cattle farmer. and we are the cattle to him. Yeah.
The Jedi growled as he was brought almost right into the Inquisitor's face, his arms pulled out to either side.
Fool! Can you really not fathom the reason? Even now?
Tarweiler mocked.
We are the Imperium of Man. We do not lack for soldiers, space marines, or heroes. They are created and spent every day, all for the greater victory. When the others hear about what occurred, when they see those blood-red names listed as the Fallen, they will blame the Republic. Those who seek isolation and peace will be silenced for...
They were like, peace. That was funny.
To capitulate to a greater conflict. A conflict which shall deliver unto us this entire galaxy and the strength we need for true unity. And besides, the loss to us will be painful, but insubstantial. Can you say the same?
I don't think so, considering how many clones they've sent to Axum, the fleets that are in space, and the amount of Jedi that are on this planet. The institutional knowledge of the Jedi are here. You know, I'm not just talking about a few Jedi. No. Jedi who are on the High Council. Jedi who are well known and who are experienced and well versed in the ways of the Jedi. They are all here, or majority of them. Who's left at the temple? They cannot recover from this. If that virus bomb detonates, it's over for the Galactic Republic. I'm telling you. I'm afraid even Lord Sidious or Count Dooku, no, there's just nothing that they can do. There's just nothing they can do. This is just Tarweiler. It's just one Inquisitor. Who knows how many other Inquisitors are still in the Zectec fleet? And then you have to contend with all the other high commanding officers of the Imperium of Man, who are just as powerful or even more powerful than Tarweiler. Nah. If they lose here, they lose.
He hissed, his breath the scent of burning corpses rolling over Quinlan's bloody face.
What are you talking about?
The Jedi Master grunted and groaned, trying to pull in his arms, trying to get his sabers free of the flames which held him spread.
Do you really think I do not intend to take my toll from your Republic as well? You are fools, all of you. You have gathered all of your psycho witches into one place.
You are fools, all of you. I love that.
All of your heroes, all of your best. We will bleed from the loss, but you will die from it. Your Republic will leave this battle with nothing. No Jedi, no replicate, none save those who could not be fielded. I will cleave your order unto death in the same blow that I stir my Imperium into righteous war. The galaxy will burn. The Republic's body will be the kindling. The Jedi, the first to scream in the flames.
The towering, dark Imperial crooned and raved.
With the same blow that will begin this war in earnest, I shall end it as well. A downward slope from which your weak government shall never recover.
You see what you have done, Lord Sidious? Do you see what you have done? You see what you have let loose across the galaxy? Because of your actions. Because of destroying the Atlas of Steel. This is what we are left with now. This is what we have to deal with because of your stupidity.
You and your dear blue pet, and all those who survive my games here, shall be the last of the Jedi. Your order will scream here, but it will die in the darkness of my cells, my labs, and my prison. I will pull you each apart, make you my own, and those who will not change, I shall discard as mere research material.
Now, realization of the true madness they faced struck the Jedi who remained, Voss and Aayla most of all.
You're completely insane!
Yes, he is.
Quinlan spat as the Inquisitor began to laugh again.
My insanity, as you call it, shall rule this universe. So I ask you again, Jedi Knight of the Feeble Republic, is this all you have? Is this the extent of the witch generals so vaunted, so feared, so disappointing? You have only one chance. Defeat me here, or watch your entire world, your whole universe, cease to exist.
Tarweiler prodded and hissed.
If those are my only choices, then I will defeat you!
Voss roared before snapping his head forward, headbutting Tarweiler on the bridge of his nose. It was like slamming his head into a steel wedge, but the Inquisitor recoiled, stunning him long enough for Voss to release his apprehended yellow lightsaber. Grasping his green blade in both hands and spinning into the sudden slack of the flame whip which held it, seeking to cleave the man in half with a strike. Tarweiler bent backwards in a way a body should not have been able to, the burning blade passing over him as he slid beneath. He came back around, the flame whip pulling the yellow lightsaber into his hand and using it to block the next strike Quinlan followed up with. Sparks flying as the bars of light struck each other and locked, both faces near behind them.
Better, Jedi! Better! But you will need more than that!
The Inquisitor admonished before releasing a growl of his own, pushing Quinlan away with a thrust of his own kidnapped blade, the two beginning a mortal exchange, darkness writhing in their shadows as their sabers collided again and again. Aayla wished she had that kind of strength, but alas, there was no hope left in her now. What ploy could she devise? What plan? What power? What tactic could she resort to when he could access her thoughts so easily and bend reality so readily?
Descend into the dark side if you can, Aayla Secura. Descend into the dark side. We'll get you back. We'll get you back. If you guys survive this, we'll get you back somehow. But right now, just go into the dark side, embrace it, and good luck. Yeah. Don't become a prisoner of this man or this monster. Don't become a prisoner of this monster.
She was reminded of her first battle with General Grievous and of her own fall to the dark side. She was reminded of how easily he had defeated her earlier that same day, so many hours ago. And in that moment, for the first time in a long time, she felt her faith in the Order shaken to its very core. Were they wrong? Was the Jedi Order wrong all of this time? Had they really fallen to such depths of weakness that they could do nothing against these monsters that continued to assail them? How was it possible that after all of this time, after all of her sacrifices, all of her trials, she was still so far behind? The face of Kit Fisto flashed through her mind, his bright smile, his comforting presence, his love. She and he had forsaken it.
Love? Whoa, Anakin Skywalker was not the only one having sexual relations and romantic relations with a woman. Or should I say with a partner? Yeah, let me say with a partner. Yeah. Hey.
Discarded those precious seeds of attachment to dedicate themselves further to the Jedi Order. The same order that had led them here. Into this war. Into this fight she could not win.
How could Master Yoda have claimed what he claimed? Told her that the light could always vanquish darkness, as her mentor, her friend, her brother, fought with all he had.
Yes, the light can always vanquish darkness. It's just not at your timeline. Not at the timeline you want to have it happen. No. You know, sometimes there'll be an age of darkness that lasts 10,000 years and then the light comes in. Or sometimes there'll be an age of the light exists for 10 years and then the darkness comes in. Okay? If it's your time, it's your time. If the Force is like, you know what, look, I've had enough with the light, let's flip over to the dark side. So be it. It will come back again in another cycle. Yeah. Yoda's right. It's just that the timeline is not on your side. If it's not on your side. Yeah.
Only to be slowly pushed back and crushed down. Voss and Wyler clashed repeatedly, again and again. Blades of gold and green bleeding sparks with each touch, their speeds accelerating, and yet the distance between them never seeming to shrink for more than an instant. Moment by moment, Quinlan was growing stronger, but somehow, paradoxically, still losing ground. Every time he seemed to gain an advantage, reality would warp, and the Inquisitor would escape and counter with even more ferocity.
Nah, he's just playing here. He's just playing.
With startling clarity, Aayla realized that she was going to watch him die, or that he would watch her die, or that they would both watch each other be dissected and pulled apart by this monster if he chose to take them alive. For he was the only one with any choice here, and she, as well as the defeated Jedi around her, dead or alive, were not able to impede his will beyond what he humored. Something deep within Aayla was crushed in that moment, and she knew it, and did not know if she would ever be able to heal it, or if she ever would desire to. Finally, the bout between the two furious Force wielders was ended, Tarwyler kicking Voss in the chest, and as the Jedi's arms flew out to either side, the Inquisitor swept down his stolen saber and cleaved through the wrist of his right hand. Ah! The Jedi cried out in pain before suddenly being lifted from the ground before he could fall, held within a tight, invisible grip. Tar lifted his own free hand, discarding the yellow saber with the other, his left hand curled and raising the constrained Jedi, being brought higher and higher into the air as he did. The crackle and pop of joints and bones being strained to their limit could be heard. Voss's arms spread to either side, his body pulled taut in every direction.
This is the end now. I have a ship to catch after all, and I still need to pack you all up. So let's see if we can't make you carry-sized.
Oh gosh. So let's see if we can make you carry-sized. I love that.
The cruel creature crooned as he stepped forward, the fingers of his left hand closing a bit more, forcing a dire scream from Voss as he was stretched even more. "Let him go!" Aayla cried out, dropping her saber from her hand and opening her palms, issuing forth a thoughtless, emotional rush of power towards the two and throwing them both back. Tarwyler collided with one wall, while Quinlan Voss struck the other, the latter falling unconscious and sliding down, slumping there, while the former merely hissed and grunted as he was pinned against the steel at his back. Aayla held her arms out, eyes blazing, tears streaming down her face as she stepped closer and closer, with more and more force every second that passed.
Now, why didn't they do this before? Why didn't the Jedi all in unison use the Force to push down Tarwyler? If this is possible, why didn't they do this before? Why didn't the Jedi who were fighting against the Arch Imbalancer do something similar? Because I said this as well. in that battle. That the Jedi are there. Be creative with the Force. Push or crush down the Out Balancer with the Force in unison, combining your effort. And it's possible here. Aayla Secura is doing it alone. I don't know how long she will last though, but if the other Jedi were also still alive, they could also done something similar. Yeah.
You will take no one! You will take nothing! No more!
She spat at him, the tall, lanky body of the Inquisitor pressed flat against the makeshift prison's boundary like an insect pinned inside of a display case. He tilted his head back down to glare at her, eyes pitch black and glossy, sharpened teeth grit in a frustrated grimace. His right hand began to pry off from the wall, and then his left, before Aayla released a pained shout and shoved him back against the steel.
I said no more! I will stop you! I have to stop you!
She exclaimed, veins defined against her blue skin as she exerted herself like never before. Yet her surge of strength was only able to hold him down for so long, as she felt his own power rising to meet her, like a boiling pot held under pressure, swelling his own repulsive strength under the press of her power, gradually prying himself off from the wall and landing on his feet again, his hands out, and now pushing against her own. Aayla squinted her eyes as she tried to force him back, but the Inquisitor held his ground, robes billowing and tossing.
Impressive, Xenos,
the Imperial said through his grit teeth.
but not impressive enough!
He roared, opening his palms fully and thrusting his hands out wide. In response, his power exploded outward, and Aayla found herself thrown back, falling and rolling head over heels, regaining her stability as she kneeled against the maelstrom of his power.
Now, if those other Jedi were still here, it would have been possible, I think. I mean, Aayla is already being pushed, with this forced battle between him and Aayla Secura. If the other Jedi were here, it would have been far more, secured for the Jedi's victory against Aayla. But oh well, they wanted to choose lightsabers with someone who can combust you into flames. Yeah, good luck, guys.
Blood streamed from her nose, senses entirely overwhelmed. The Inquisitor straightened, smoothing his robes with his hand, a slight glisten of sweat sheening his smooth bald face and head. He then looked up at her and smiled his demon smile.
A valiant effort. Let us see if we cannot replicate that in a lab setting.
He began to say,
You nasty, bro, you nasty. No, don't talk like that.
Before pausing, his expression melting into one of annoyance as he turned around to face away from her. Aayla did not hear it at first, nor could she sense it, but soon the sound became loud enough for her to make it out. A steady, frantic clinking and clanking noise coming from up the stairs. The Inquisitor paused his approach, and he, as well as Aayla and the rest who remained conscious, turned their eyes upwards towards the bulky, shambling form of the tech priest known as Omni Creighton.
What is it?
Demanded Tarweiler, voice tinged with irritability.
Wait, you guys are all stopping? Not just Tarweiler, but everybody's just stopping and listening to the tech priest. This is too funny.
We are
surrounded,
droned the odd Magos.
The Replicate are all around the area. Flying vessels have encircled us.
The tech priest
reinforcements
reported.
They are no matter. I will flay their minds and the very skin from their bodies as soon as I am finished here.
Pronounced the Inquisitor,
But the Magos was shaking his head before the man had even finished.
Commissar Shadrick has reported
that he is nearing completion
of the activation of the bomb at the Basilica of
Salvation.
So many voices.
And, more immediately, alarmingly, the Republic escorted something here.
An invader of some sort.
It's already inside the building.
The countermeasures I installed
cannot even slow it down.
Inquisitor.
We need to use the
machine man.
Is it Yoda? Is it Master Yoda?
Continued before suddenly losing his breath, or what he used in place of it, and rising up from the ground, metal legs kicking and scraping.
Kraden! Kraden, what is happening to you?
The Inquisitor shouted, stepping back and away from the now floating machine man, his black eyes slowly widening as his senses came awake to what his own power had been hiding from him. Slipping from the shadow of Tar Weiler's arrogance, stepping down the stairs, one leisurely placed foot at a time, was another figure.
It must be Master Yoda. Because Master Yoda also takes time walking, you know. He's an old man.
Not as tall, and not as overtly monstrous as the Inquisitor, but black-robed and cloaked in a power which radiated out.
It's not Master Yoda. Count Dooku. No. Then it is Lord Sidious. Oh my gosh. He's here personally. Oh gosh, this is scary. It's either Count Dooku or it's Lord Sidious. Yeah.
Aayla saw her own breath fog in the air, suddenly cold in the presence of this new darkness. And as she watched the new figure descend, she knew without having to ask what it was. Omni Kraden choked and wheezed in mechanical fashion, struggling in the invisible grip that held him, clutching at the metallic piping that made up his throat.
Yeah, no, definitely. Only Sith Lords choke the living life out of their opponents. Jedi don't do that. Yeah, it's a Sith.
The robed figure held its hand out in a casual gesture, as though pinching a flea between its thin fingers, before just as casually rolling its wrist, throwing the Magos into the wall with enough force to break panels loose. Tar watched it all with grit teeth, his brow creasing as all humor left him.
That!
The Inquisitor hissed, his black rapier skidding from the ground and spinning into his hand.
Was a mistake. That tech priest belonged to me and my war master.
But it's not a mistake. That was intentional, so that you can focus your attention on him.
Pronounced Tarweiler, but this new figure in black only chuckled within the dark confines of his hood and shook his head.
Oh no, my ambitious rival,
purred the voice of an elderly man.
You will find that it is you who are mistaken.
He continued, a pair of gold-plated handles sliding into either hand, shooting out from his long robe sleeves and into his waiting palms.
About a great many things.
I am now cheering on Lord Sidious. I am going to cheer on Lord Sidious, definitely. I'm going to cheer him on. Good luck.
Pronounced the Dark Lord of the Sith. The handles ignited, extending out two glowing crimson blades of light. And darkness met darkness, ending Ayla's desperate fight.
What he does with you after he kills Tarweiler, I don't know. He might also kill you too, Aayla Secura, and everybody else there. So while they're busy fighting, run. Run. You don't have to worry about who is the identity of this Sith Lord. Forget about that. Just get out. Just get out while they're busy focusing on each other. Yeah. Oh, Ishtara. She's still going down there with the virus bomb. Okay.
The wind was a lash against her aching skin, buffeting her and tossing her vestments and bandages about wildly. She kept her profile small, as slim as possible, and below she could see the shadowy shape of the virus bomb, falling more slowly than herself, yet still speeding for the ground. The borehole both Imperial weapons fell down through had been drilled past countless existing layers, some of them dark, some of them burgeoning with light. Those bands of light strafed them both, at times blinding Ishtara by their rapid arrival and passing. In one hand, she clutched her flamer pistol between broken fingers. Her other hand extended out, reaching for the tail of the world-ending bomb. Her daughters, Saint Lazarus, her sisterhood, and all of those who depended upon them were constant thoughts in her mind, battling the agony of her ancient body. Suffering was her prayer, and her prayers were now stronger than ever. Fingers grasping the air, scraping the metal of the bomb for several seconds before she attained a grip and pulled herself closer. There were handholds, railings made to help scale and maintenance the weapon, which she now made use of, hooking bruised toes over them once she had dragged herself one-handed up one side of the tool of Exterminatus.
Do you still need to carry your flamer?
She needed to reach the canisters and burn them out, carefully, one at a time, to even have a chance of stopping this. But her going was slow, if frantic. The bomb's descent was also less than controlled, scraping and bumping occasionally against the sides of the tunnel they fell down, each contact risking the fracturing of the viral vials that held the virus. If even one shattered before she could neutralize it, then her whole basilica was dead, if nothing else. But she kept the faith, as she always had, and continued to climb. Darkness and light moved past her in rapid succession, pain bleeding into every inch of her. Her movements, such a struggle that she began to lose track of time, lose track of even her own body. Ishtara was dizzy, sick with weakness.
Emperor, how could you send such an old lady to do this job? Why not send one of the young ones, man? Hey.
Yet still she crawled, using her free elbow to leverage herself, single hand grasping further and further. She clung to the weapon, crying out in pain as it skidded against the wall again, rattling her bones, breaking a few. But where her mind and body sought to surrender, her spirit refused to bow. I will never submit, not even in the face of death, she gasped, reminding the other two weaker parts of herself that failure was not an option, retreat was not possible. And then, suddenly, there was no more railing. She opened reddened, teary eyes, weeping the wind from her sockets as the venerable mistress of the brides of the Emperor found herself at the lip to the opening in the bomb, the bright green canisters before her swirling their nefarious contents, not a single one broken, yet. She hauled her weapon-bearing arm over and onto the seam, flamer sparking, ready to fire even now within this hurricane of falling wind. Now was the time. She would not allow the faith to fall. She would not allow so many faithful to die. Or so she thought, before the bomb scraped the side of the wall again, this time much closer to her. She screamed, Ishtara's lungs emptying themselves in raw agony as the bomb bumped the side of the tunnel again and pinched off her weapon-bearing arm.
Okay.
Crushing half her body with it. The flamer flew away into the tunnel, along with the limb holding it. And Ishtara only stayed in place because of her other arm and the leg on the same side, still hooked and anchored around the railing beneath her.
So what do we do now?
The Canoness Superior tried to breathe, but blood slicked her lips, whipped away quickly by the wind, and streaking her face with red. One of her lungs was entirely smashed and punctured, and the other could barely draw any breath at all. The world began to fade, the chill wind around her whistling, carrying away the last bits of heat that composed her life. Was this possible? She wondered as darkness encroached from all sides. Had she finally failed in this, her final task? With a deep and painful resignation, she was forced to admit that she had. Her body could take her no further. Her weapons were no longer with her. Her spirit was bleeding out of her, even now, and the floor was rushing up to meet the bomb and end the world. She had failed entirely, and so she did the only thing that she could do now. She put it all into the Emperor's hands. Her final task, unable to be completed by herself in any true capacity. And with the last breaths in her body, Ishtara Ordane prayed. "Oh, Emperor, I pray."
And you know the Emperor actually listens to her. He listens to her so much, so I'm hoping, yeah, the Emperor's gonna do something now. Yeah.
"Hear me now, your loyal servant, in this, my final hour. All of my life I have sought to serve you, to carry out your will. Now I ask, if I truly have earned your favor, for one last blessing."
The Canoness gasped, her words caught by the wind, but heard nonetheless.
"Since the moment I understood your glory, I have wanted nothing more than to be a blade, a sword wielded by your almighty hand. I would have been happy to have been born as a divine storm, or a holy bolter, a mighty conflagration, or even a terrible hurricane, a sanctified force of nature without a heart or pity, able to perform your will and nothing more."
She called out, blood thick upon her lips, yet not intruding upon her final request. Her eyes blazed with gold, her struggling heart ceased to pump, and yet still her blood flowed. The shadow of a mighty hand fell over her soul, closing around it like the handle of a weapon, and squeezing tightly, holding it in place. Fire bled from her nostrils, blackening her blood and skin. Flames wept from her eyes, scorching her face.
Is she gonna be a firebender now?
But suffering was her prayer, and all of it was expressed through her words.
"So I pray, in this final moment, make of me a storm of fire.
The dragon. Ishtar the dragon.
Make of me an instrument of your purest will. Turn my faith to wrath. Turn my wrath to service. And make my service true. If it is your will that we all die here, then let me be the first. If it is your will that we survive, then take my life and spare the others. So plead I, Ishtara Ordane, first among your brides in waiting."
Her clothes caught fire, the torn stump of her arm now seeming to leak promethium in place of blood. Her tongue became a tongue of flame, her words echoing with a strength that was not her own. Her remaining hand began to melt into the surface of the bomb, the vials cracking in the growing heat.
"So pray I, servant of the throne, in the Emperor's name."
And with those final words, a great blaze began, consuming Ishtara's mortal flesh and expanding out. The virus bomb struck the ground, its lethal payload released, but as soon as it tasted freedom,
it was also consumed in fire. The blaze spread like a living explosion, consuming every molecule of the Death Eater virus and far, far more. By faith and by fury, the Emperor's hand descended over Axum, and with a single golden thumb of fire, smothered the death of the world like a man might crush an ant. So ended the mortal life of Ishtara Ordane, Queen of Warriors, servant of the Golden Throne, and bride of the Emperor.
And now she joins him to become his wife. No longer the first bride, no. It's the wife of the Emperor. Yes. Oh.
If this is to end in fire, then we should all burn together. Watch the flames climb high into the night. Calling out, Father, oh, stand by and we will watch the flames burn over on the mountainside. And if we should die tonight, then we should all die together. Raise a glass of wine for the last time. Calling out for the road. Prepare as we will watch the flames burn on and on the mountainside. Desolation comes upon the sky. like a diamond in the dead of night. There's fire deep in my soul. I'ma rise up like the legends of old. Brighter than gold, brighter than gold. Brighter than gold, brighter than gold. Now my kingdom's coming, coming. I was born for the throne. Like lightning striking, sparking. There's heat in my bones. There's fire deep in my soul. I'ma rise up like the legends of old. Brighter than gold, brighter than gold. I can feel that fire in me, fire in me, fire. I can feel that fire in me, fire in me, fire. Yeah. Give me the fire. Give me the fire. I'm in the shadow of the valley of the gods in the graves. I'll keep on going, running, running. I'll go till my body breaks. There's fire deep in my soul. I'ma rise up like the legends of old. Brighter than gold, brighter than gold. I can feel that fire in me, fire in me, fire. I can feel that fire in me, fire in me, fire. Yeah.
What's wrong with the video?
Give me the fire. Give me the fire. Burn on, I'm shining so bright. Lit up like a diamond in the dead of night. There's fire deep in my soul. I'ma rise up like the legends of old. Brighter than gold, brighter than gold. Brighter than gold, brighter than gold. I can feel that fire in me, fire in me, fire, fire. I can feel that.
Okay. Oh, right. We're done. Okay, guys. Yes, that is it with Star Wars vs. Warhammer 40K, episode 43, The Lords of Catastrophe, made on the AFanWithTooMuchTime YouTube channel. Ah, wow. Wow, 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 wow. Oh, yes. Thanks also to the Omniversal Studio for, joining forces with AFanWithTooMuchTime and giving us some AI voices in this episode. Really, they've been good. They've contributed very well here. And yeah, it was a seamless transition, I should say. It was really good. And hopefully, AFanWithTooMuchTime is also satisfied with this partnership. And yeah, let's see if it continues with future episodes. Yeah, it was good. All right. Wow. It's been what now? How long has it been? It's been 4 hours. 4 hours and 30 minutes. Let's start at the beginning with it was with who again? It was with Shadrach. Yes, Commissar Shadrach. Commissar Shadrach, 1313, Emiliana, and the rest of the Krieg soldiers and the Cadians. I did not have faith in 1313. I really did not have faith in 1313. I did not believe that he would turn against the Commissar. I thought he was going to stick to it until the very end because he's loyal, because he's been indoctrinated to serve until death. I did not have any faith in him. I had faith in Emiliana. I had faith in the Cadian in the Cadian troopers, but not in the Krieg soldiers. And that's why I hoped that Emiliana would turn her gun and kill Shadrach. And whatever happens next, let it happen. As long as you killed Shadrach, as long as you killed the tech adept that was with Shadrach as well. But 1313 proved me wrong. He proved me wrong, and he made sure that he would be the one to take the shot on Shadrach. It is unfortunate that he did not shoot him in the face. That would have been permanent. And Shadrach, with his last dying breath, he shot his plasma gun, launching the virus bomb. Yeah. And now the bride, I don't want to call her the first bride or the bride in waiting to the emperor. This is the emperor's wife. This is the emperor's wife. Okay, she had direct communication, direct link with the emperor like no other person in this galaxy so far. This is his wife. This is his wife. I'm telling you, this is his wife. But yes, Ishtar decided that, okay, she didn't decide, but she was, commanded by the emperor to fall into the pit and, go after the virus bomb. And yeah, it was a kind of like a sad moment right there, because the institutional knowledge of Ishtara Ordane cannot be replaced. This is the type of madness that people like Aayla and this Lord Vakarion seem to not understand. This is the type of institutional knowledge that you just can't replace with another human being. You can't just do that. There's only one Ishtara Ordane. There's only one, Sister of Battle who has direct communication with the Emperor. It just shows how their faith is not as strong as Ishtara Ordane or anyone else within the Sisters of Battle. The faith of Aayla and this Lord Vakarion is weak. They have no faith in the Emperor. They have faith in power. And this will be the downfall of the Imperium of Man. Once they focus themselves on their own internal squabbles and fight for power within their group in the galaxy, it's going to dismantle them. It's going to make them even weaker. The power of the Emperor saved the day here because of the faith of one woman, because of the faith of many of the people who follow Saint Lazarus. Their faith as well in him have allowed them to survive this long. And it seems that Aayla and this Lord Vakarion don't have that same sort of ideal or respect for their religion. And it's going to cost them. It's going to cost them. Like what it has cost them now with this great loss of Ishtara Ordane. Yeah. Jedi Master Coleman Kcaj. I can't pronounce his surname, I'm sorry. Yeah. The Jedi Master, he is cautious, or should I say he was cautious. I don't know if he's dead. Let me say he's missing in action. I don't know if he's dead. But yeah, he was cautious in the beginning. He wasn't really sure on how he should proceed in trying to defeat the forces that are defending the Basilica. Yes, he had other Jedi with him. Yes, he had the clone troops with him, but he was still very cautious on how to proceed forward. And it's good. It's good that he thought that way. It's just that it's just not enough, especially when he was at the gates of the Basilica and he fought against the Arch Imbalancer. He was a bit confident there, thinking that, we can do this. No. Was it him or was it... No, it was not Rancisis. No. He comes later. But yeah, essentially, this Jedi Master was cautious in the beginning, but, the closer they got to the Basilica, the more confident he became, the more secured he became, and more comfortable he became in his perceived advantage he has over the Imperium of Man, sorry. And we also had a meeting of Saint Lazarus, Samuel Aayla, Kcaj, Cinder, Aloysius Cinder, Leandra, and Jane Leros, Commissar Jane Leros. Like I stated before, I liked the way Saint Lazarus was handling that meeting. I liked the way he didn't really antagonize anyone, and he wasn't really, too nervous and reclusive. And, he just kept quiet and just allowed others to talk. He was contributing. He allowed others to contribute. He recognized the achievements of other people who made it to the Basilica and who saved the members of the Imperial Guard. And yes, even when the Angels of Death were coming in to that meeting, he was afraid, but he kept to his, ethics, if I can say that. He kept to his promise to the Canoness Superior, and he made sure that it would be the ones who were hurt, the ones who are in need of medical attention, they would be the ones to first leave the planet, and then everybody else who can still fight will be defending those who are leaving the planet. And that's good. That's really, really good from St. Lazarus. Also, another very important person that could be lost because of the idiocy of Lord Vakarian and Aayla. These people are very vital. They're not just cattle. They're just not human beings that you can just replace. Especially when you're in a galaxy that's not of your own. You're going to need leadership. You're going to need people who are, brave enough and who are capable enough of becoming good leaders, like Ishtara Ordane and like Saint Lazarus. But people like Aayla, they don't see that, which is unfortunate. And you're an inquisitor. Anyways, we also got to see the Arch Imbalancer, or should I say Sabastian Vondrel, coming into battle. That was crazy. That battle was crazy. But definitely the Galactic Republic forces fell into that trap so easily. They fell into it so easily. They thought that the forces defending the Basilica were in full retreat, and they would not stand a chance against the force that was brought before the gates of the Basilica. But they were just given the shock of their lives. They were just given the shock of their lives, and the Arch Imbalancer spared no one. That's why I'm not even sure what happened to Jedi Master Coleman. I'm not sure what happened to him. Is he dead? I'm not sure. I'm not sure at all what happened to him. Also, Jedi Master Rancisis, he also tried his best to fight off the Tempered Hands, but even with his abilities of sharing a psychic link with not only Jedi but also clone troops, it was just not enough. It's just not enough fighting up against such a very formidable and powerful force like the Angels of Death. But he tried. He gave his best. They all did. And then, of course, we also had the Tempered Hands, whether they were part of the Primaris group of Tempered Hands, Astartes or the original, Tempered Hands Astartes. They are working together. They are gelling together. They have this common brotherhood between them. And yeah, that's good. It's good to hear that the Tempered Hands are not like other Astartes chapters that are not really gelling well with their Primaris brethren. They don't really see them as being a nuisance or a problem that needs to be expelled. The Tempered Hands actually are joining very well with their Primaris brothers, and they're working together very well. And then we also had Aayla, Secura, Kulin Voss, and the rest of the Jedi fighting against Aayla. Yeah, Aayla was just playing around. He was just playing around, and luckily for Kulin Voss and for Aayla Secura, Lord Sidious has come into this battle. But like I stated before, they need to run. Now that Lord Sidious is here, Aayla is going to focus on him. Everybody else who's there, who has survived through this ordeal against Aayla, you guys got to go. Doesn't matter about knowing who the Lord Sidious is. You don't need to know. You don't need to know. The most important thing you guys got to do right now is survive and live to fight another day. And I don't think that Lord Sidious is going to chase after you guys. I don't think so. I honestly just don't think so. He's going to need the Jedi. He's going to need the Jedi to fight against the Imperium of Man. So I don't think he's going to kill any of the surviving Jedi. Maybe if he has some sort of like force memory wipe, he might do something like that. I don't know. But I just don't think he's going to kill them. He needs them now that he understands the severity of the problem that the galaxy is facing with the Imperium of Man. And then we're all the way back to Ishtara. Ishtara Ordane. Her making her final sacrifice with the help of the Emperor. And yeah, like I stated before, I don't think anyone else has this sort of communication with the Emperor. I think the only other person was Rejulia, and she died, So I don't know about Leandra. She doesn't seem like a person who's very religiously in tuned with the Emperor, like how Ishtara Ordane was or how Rejulia was. I don't think she's there yet. So yeah, she was like the only person that would really be able to have such a close communication with the Emperor. And she's gone. But she went out in flames, and she stopped the virus bomb, before it really caused havoc on Axum. And with that action, she saved a lot of people, not just the Galactic Republic soldiers, but also the civilians of Axum and the Imperium of Man forces on the planet. She saved a lot of people. And like I've stated before, this type of institutional knowledge is lost, and it's not going to come back again. It's a tremendous loss. Despite what Aayla wants to say, despite what Lord Vakarian thinks, or this War Master thinks, it's a tremendous loss. Yeah, and it's not something you can just easily replace. But they will learn. They will learn this the hard way. But yeah, guys, that's it. That is it with episode, is what now? 43 of Star Wars vs. Warhammer 40K. Remember, guys, if you guys want to support AFanWithTooMuchTime and his projects, just go to the Kickstarter website and search out for the Night Library, and just look at the content there. Look how you can support his content, and let's try and make his dreams become reality. Yeah, because I want to be there. I want to be there reacting to him, you know, him being in some sort of newsroom center, and he's discussing about his books, he's discussing about his content. I want to be there reacting to it. You know, I want to see him there being famous. Yes. And then his work also being given a TV show. Hey! I'll go crazy. I will go crazy. Alright guys, that's it. Remember, if you want to check out the original video as well as AFanWithTooMuchTime's YouTube channel, the links are going to be in the description below. If you like my reaction, give it a like, comment, and subscribe to my channel. Click on the notification bell if you want to be up to date with my latest videos. And I'll hopefully see you guys next week with the next episode. Yes. Alright.